Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Oh, big belly. Big belly. Big belly. Why does he look like that? Oh, you smell so good. Where are your pants? Hello. We're gonna paint happy little penises today. I hope you guys brought your happy penises today. Watch my lipstick be smudged. Oh my god, it is. Oh my god, by the way, it's Pixel. It's not really Bob Ross. Guys, it's not really Bob Ross. It's me. It's Pixel. Guys, calm down. Same.
We see plenty of each other already.
Not enough.
Tempting as
Strip.
it is to keep you all to yourself, it'd be terrible company if we didn't mingle for a good part of the evening.
Yeah, Kazuo's the same. Boop. The snoot. Don't leave me hanging. Hi, Tara. That was so cute.
I love you. Now go on, before I change my mind.
About loving me or what? Oh my god. Red's Queen of the... Oh! Lesson comes. Oh my god. What, you mean next week? I literally have Dick Sprout right now. I has drinks, but I'm not drinking them. Why the fuck not, Vicky? Treehouse? Wait, is there another one? Or just this one up here? Hi! No. Sorry. Oh, wrong scene. Hello. Hi, everybody. Mr. Crowley.
Speaking of damn thing.
Always will be my favorite streamer.
You don't have to lie to me. That's okay. It's okay. Why is this so moved over? Oh, did I not? Hold on. Did I not do my video? No, I didn't. Guys, I forgot to zoom in. I forgot to do the river stream. Hi, everybody. Shinobi, thank you for the 5 monthies. I have these little danglies on this shirt. You know what? I'm actually... Okay.
25
Stop
monkeys, yippee, Dino
Oh, I'm gonna
dance, Dino
kiss you on
dance,
the
Dino
mouth.
dance.
If I do this. Okay, because these danglies hit me in the face so much. I love this shirt. But the danglies dangle so much. Dangles. Dongles! Shinobi, thank you for the 5 monthlies. Miro, thank you for the 25 monthlies. What's happening?
Speaking of damn thing.
What is happening? Jade, thank you for the 4 monthlies with Prime. F's in chat for all the streamers that didn't get the Prime sub. That's mine for the next 30 days. What the fudgies? Thank you so much. Also, hello, everybody. What is happening? Diction! Diction, how have you been? I hope you're doing so good. Welcome in, Raiders. I just went live. What is happening? Happy May, everybody. Holy shiitake mushrooms. I don't mean to brag, but I finally caught a Diction stream the other day. I didn't say anything because I get nervous. But I was so excited to be there. I hope you guys had the best time hanging out with Diction. Everybody go give Diction lots of lovies. Go give him lots of follows. What were you up to? YBZ, thank you for the 105 stream streak. We're going to open up some Perfect Order Pokemon cards. And then we're going to play some Dead by Daylight. Guys, I haven't even said hello to everyone yet. You guys, I haven't even said hello. I can't breathe. What's my heart rate? Wait,
Pixboo love,
should we do a
Pixboo
prediction?
love, Pixboo love.
Should we do a prediction on what my heart rate is? Guys, over, under 100. Okay, it's under. It's under. It's 96. But still, that's really high! What the heckies? What's up, Guns Are for Losers? How are you doing? Happy May. Happy Friday. Hi, Rootsy. Hi, Mira. Hi, Tom. Hi, YBZ. YBZ, do you want a cat or a dog? Do you want a cat dog? Also, hold on. I gotta scroll up because I gotta say hello to everybody. Awesome boy. Mwah. Awesome boy first. Tronic Speed, not first. Nikki. Mwah. Kaya. Mwah. YBZ. Mwah. Shabby. Mwah. Tronic. Mwah. Mira. Mwah. Nightshade J. Mwah. Leon's Moans. Rootsy. Mwah. Spades. Mwah. Hello, Charles. Mama J. Mwah. Willie. Mwah. Gods are for losers. Mwah. YBZ, thank you for the 105 stream streak. Cool Cam. Mwah. Magical Chick. Mwah. True Shinobi. Mwah. Baron Kevin Von Silent. Mwah. Thank you so much for the forehead kisses. How you guys doing? Dog? 5 months away from 4 years. That's a lot of years.
Pissing all by yourself, handsome?
Pissing all by yourself, handsome. Mama J, thank you for the 69 bits. Guys, everybody go follow Diction. Everyone go tell Diction how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. If anyone needs to go raid and run, do not feel badly about doing so, please. Go get your post-stream self-care, get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, namis, and babies, go eco, pika, poo, go stretch your drink. What do we think? What do we think? Crazy stream. Thank you guys so much for starting a freaking hype train 2 seconds into stream. Also, I just paid my mortgage today. So and then Twitch gave us more sub discounts. So I did a sub discount today. Yippee. Yippee! Who doesn't love Diction? That's what I'm saying. Baron Kevin Von Silent. I love your name, by the way. It's very fun to say. Birdie. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Now mine. Wait, now mine what? Now mine what? You're breathing onto my leg, and now my leg is really hot. Oh, now your mortgage? Yippee! Coffee! Oh my god, is that the Cold Black Coffee? Who is literally the hottest, the tallest, most handsomest, most amazing, and also my favorite person in this entire room right now? That Cold Black Coffee? Coffee, if you were going to be any flavored coffee, what kind of coffee are you? Feed me lies! I would never lie. I don't want to pay my mortgage either, yeah. Mine comes out automatically, so I have to. Sending lots of love and forehead kisses. Oh, thank you! I need the forehead kisses. I need lots of kisses. I hope you're doing so good, Birdie. Nixie, what is happening? Nixie, thank you for the 38 months. What the fudgies? This hype train's insane. Nixie, thank you so much for 38 months. Enjoy your 90. Oh, you're so cute. 90 emotes, ad-free viewed, and you so bad. Huge pee-pee. Wait, I wanna see how big my pee-pee is. Oh, I have the penis of the day. Can anybody beat it? As a tall guy, every guy claims to be tall. I'm tall.
Give him a nibble.
For a woman. Guns! Alright, everyone put your penises away. Mirrors is the biggest. Whatever. I enjoyed my penis of the day for 1 minute. Guns, thank you for the 100 bits. What the fudgies? What's up, Chrysalis? Oh, that's right, Spades. We need both ends of the spectrum. Baby boy is teething. Oh, no. You're okay-ish? Okay, okay-ish is better than terrible-ish. Hello, kitten. A lot of people call me kitten. I don't mind. People call me Pixie, and that's not even my username. But I understand, like, that you're talking about me. Yo, 50 Mazel Tov on the hog. I don't mind, kitten. People call me Pixel. People call me Pix. PK. Pixel X Kitten, my full government name. Also, Rin. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Brad. Mwah. My favorite Discord kitten. Me. Also, thank you guys for the hype train. Level 3 hype train. Beep, beep. Thank you guys so much. What the fudgies? Oh, I didn't get an emote. Boom. Oh, I already had it. 2 shots of espresso. filled with pot coffee with secret ingredients. What is that? What's the secret ingredient? You can tell me. I won't tell anybody. I won't tell anybody. People tend to call me stop talking. That's so funny. We'll see. That remains to be seen. Can anybody beat Mira's penis of the day? What's up, Supernova? Oh my god, please. I've been streaming for 10 minutes already? Time flies. Oh my god. I still have to do YBZ's kid doggy. Almost said kitty. YBZ_J. Guys, I have a question. This came up when my brother and sister-in-law and I were hanging out. Guys, do you put the J's, do you put like the line over the J like how you're doing like a capital T, or do you leave the J like capital J like this? Are you a horizontal liner, or are you an anti-horizontal liner? I'm an anti-horizontal liner. Really? It depends on your feeling. 41 inches? Nice. Hi, sweetie. The choo-choo has chewed its last chew. Also, thank you for the follow. I didn't even hear the alert go off. What the heck? Gigantic dick. Wow! Brad, what the fudge? Oh, Chris got one! Brad, thank you for gifting 5 subbies to Chrysalis, Paul, Kyoshi, Borpsy, and Athon. If you guys got gifted a subby, make sure you say, thank you. Also, new kitties this month. Now we have the sitting kitties this month. So, Brad, if you'd be so kind, can you let me know a color? Pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple. Please and thank you. Oh my god, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. What is happening? A kiss in the forehead and all 4 cheeks. All 4 cheeks! Green. I got you. I got you. Is that my last screen? Okay, good. We got more green. All right. What should we do for the first dog of the day? Oh, wait. Ruthie, did I just do that emote? Did I do it? What should I do for... Oh, I know. Oh, the first song that played on my playlist today, Rootsy, was Crowley. And it made me think of your kitty cat. He loves a lot of things. All night, every night. Hold tight, maybe hold tight. Oh, yeah. Okay, cool. She's got ideas. Hold on. Oh, so cute. It looks a little cursed. Teehee. Really? Oh, I haven't opened my snaps from anybody in like 2 weeks. It's bad. I'm gonna get high one day. I'm gonna get high this weekend, like on Sunday night. I'm gonna get high Sunday night, and I'm just gonna watch everyone's snaps. Whatever I do it, you guys can't stop me. Also, YBZ! YBZ is a ditto dog. Because I know they're playing a lot of you're playing a lot of Pokepi, right? Am I crazy? And then you're holding a Pokeball! Although it kind of looks like a luxury ball because I don't have color. But thank you for the tier 3 resub. Also, Supernova, mwah, sweetie, mwah, Marta, mwah, Ban, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, sweetie, I have a bone to pick with you. Sweetie, did you resub to me offline? Oh, it's okay. Pretend like it's focused. Did you resub to me off stream? Because I had a notification that said that you resubbed to me off stream, and I'm not sure if that was a thing that happened. That was like on purpose, or was like Twitch glitch or something. No? Okay, but I feel like you're lying to me. Because if you are lying to me, it said that you resubbed for 24 years. 24 months. Which means 2 years, which means you get a Pokemon card. Did that happen, or did Twitch glitch? Also, sweetie, think of the 45 stream streak. Oh, guns! Oh my god, you guys don't have to post anything in the server, but if anybody wants to, you're more than welcome to. I love coffee, but I used up all my black coffee tolerance early on, and since then I've been able to drink coffee if it isn't 50% cream. That's so funny! Don't do that in front of Tom. What did you say to me, Tom? At one time I drank coffee on stream, and I never drank coffee ever again. Oh! Wait. I know you sent me a message. I haven't opened it yet. Or did you send me a snap? That's what I thought. You have a Pokemon card already? Do you really? And I can't remember. You do! So Twitch did glitch. You're right. That's so weird. Because it literally said, while I was offline, like an hour before I went, maybe like 2 hours before I went live. That's so weird. Okay, well, I'm glad I asked. Can't be wasting these precious Pokemon. I'm just joking. Do you guys, the Pokemon card market is actually insane right now. Twitch is doing its own thing. Also, what's up, Moses? No, I haven't gotten to my P.O. box yet. It's a little bit far from me. So I'm probably going to go tomorrow to my P.O. box. Yeah, I think tomorrow I'm going to go to my P.O. box. I've been wanting to. I've been so mad. So I'm just like, I can't go today, can't go today, can't go today. Okay, I think I could go tomorrow. And then I'll open on stream, Moses. I literally won't do it unless you're here. Is it really in Chaos Rising or in the black whatever one that just got announced? Also, Sweetie, thank you for the 45 stream streak. Wait, are you eating a gummy right now? I'm gonna have one Sunday. Also, Little Gone, thank you for the 5 stream streak. And thank you for the forehead kiss. Oh, and Pitch Black. Okay, Pitch Black. Okay, and that one comes out in July, right? Pixel, something crazy happened? Wait, what happened? With Secret the Mimic? When does Secret the Mimic come out? Need to get my gummy? Do you have some right now? Yeah. I'm so excited for you. You love her. Yay! Did you really? I somehow ended up on the official G Fuel Twitch team. Oh my god. I love that for you. What do you mean I somehow ended up? What did you do? Also, Brad, I did not forget. I yap so much. Brad, I'm gonna get your pussycat. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's Brad 2107. With a Z, right? Okay, because I already wrote it. Oh, I need a new marker. 2107? Yeah. Rats. Oh, I like the sitting kitties because I like putting a little heart on its tail. Yeah, I like this a lot. Okay. What are we going to do for our first kitty of the month? Okay. Oh. Hold on, I need this. I need this for reference for something. How do you draw hands? No one ever taught me how to draw hands. Oh god, this is gonna be so bad. Everyone shut up. Everyone look away when you see this, okay? Alright, Brad, you can look. But if you don't like it, just lie to me and tell me you like it. Because I've never drawn hands like this before. He's a cool cat, though. Just like you. He's got sunglasses and he's doing finger pistols. Shut up! I don't know how to draw. Leave me alone. Thanks, Brad. Oh, man. Oh, it's good. Okay, yay. All right, you guys can look now. No, you guys weren't supposed to look. Only Brad was supposed to look. Also, nutmeg. Mwah. Dangos. Mwah. They go with the forehead kisses. Do you guys wanna open up some Pokemon cards? I did open up one pack on Wednesday, remember that. So there's only what? One less pack in here than there was. There should be. Question. Whoa! I will if you ask nicely. What? Also, if I've missed anyone's messages because I don't know how to read, I dropped out of college. You're gonna do what to my Megan? I keep all these sleeves, by the way. I keep them. I use them. Also, shout out to Tyrunt, who is the Pokemon card and all the perfect order boxes. Whoa! Yo, Akuno Garden! Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. We're like less than 30 minutes in the stream. We've already had 2 raids. What is happening? There. Oh no, Tom. Tom, did you stream? Did I miss it? Hi, Jinx. Welcome in, Raiders. You are just in time. We're about to open up some Pokemon cards. Do we think Akuno Garden's gonna give us pack luck? All right, Akuno. I hope I'm saying your name right. If this is a good pack, thank you. If this is a bad pack, how dare you? Are you guys ready? $1 million card. Oh, good, my brother's here because I forgot to text him. If we get the, so I pulled a Clefairy. Okay, go to my Twitter. I pulled a Clefairy earlier today. It's upstairs. I'll go get it later. But all right, Akuno, are you ready? Akuno, how was your stream? But if there's a Clefairy or Clefable in any of these cards, I don't know what I'll do. I'll take a shot or something. I don't know. Okay, code card, energy card. All right, you guys ready? It was good! Good! What were you up to? Everybody go follow Akuno Garden. Thank you so much for the raid. That is seriously so sweet of you. Alright, speaking of garden, here's Spoopa. Focus. There she is. Spoopa. Spoopa. Alright. Oh, I love this song! I just want it to focus. That's all I want. Look at me. Oh! I don't want to hold it that close. Alright, we're holding it this close. Energy. It's actually like really crisp. I can see it now because like the screen is so small for me. Furfrou. Tyrant. Oh, uh-oh. I saw a little secret. I saw shiny. Tyrant. Vivillon. Luminosity. Diggersby. Turtonator. Ah! Pokeball. A Dugong! Stop, she's so pretty. I have the reverse hollow Dugong, but I don't have the hollow Dugong, so I'll take it. Also, Jinx. Thank you for the 20 stream streak, Danny. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Alright. Will she get the Clefable? Will she get it? Oh, the Mouse PI game! I know Tom was playing that. What were you doing in DBD? Were you doing 1v4, 2v8? We're gonna do some 2v8 open Lobersons today. Are you guys excited? I'm excited. It's a good game. I'm able to get a key for it, but I don't know if I'll play it though. 2v8, oh hell yeah, I love 2v8. 2v8 is the only thing keeping me from dying. I saw Tom! I wanted to message you, but I forgot. But I did see it, I did think about you. Panda Monster, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I don't know how to hold them this close. I really don't want to hold it that close. Okay, there we go. Alright. Dartrix. Rattata. Honedge. I actually don't think I have this one yet. Core Memory. Another Turtonator. Oh, I'm gonna open your Lobersons. Fletchling. Oh! Egg Slash. Gengar! Pretty. 0 hits so far. Not looking good for you, Akuno. You better be getting me some good luck. Can we get some pray emotes? Whatever pray emotes you guys have. Put them in chat. That Pixel gets her Clefable. Hey, Akuno. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 6 more packs to get me a Clefable. Are you ready? I will not. Stream doesn't end until Pixel gets Clefable. Oh, Spoopa again! I got a illustration rare of Spoopa, and it's so cute. Oh, Panda, kitty or doggy? They're both here. Doesn't count, but we're excited. I feel like that's a good omen. Howlucha. Okay, Jasper, shut up. Mommy's working. Shademan. Making sure he's not on my desk, sorry. Luxio. Oh, we lost the focus. Oh, we were doing so well. Raticate. Scottoroop. Scatterbug. Fucking hate that Pokemon. Landorus! 0 for 3. Jasper needs him? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does. Little. Oh my god, he's so cute though. Oh, he's so cute. He was just staring at me. Can you guys see him? Oh, you guys can kind of see him. Oh, this one's a double treat. They're stuck together. So cute. I'm working, bitch. Oh my god, Akuno, by the way, please don't make me keep you. Please get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, Namis and Bevies. Go eco, feco, food, go stretch or drink. Again, oh, another double treat. Oh, okay. Please get your post-stream self-care. Thank you so much for the raid. Jinxa? Thank you for the 5 months with Prime. Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. Also, F's in chat for all the streamers that didn't get Prime's Jinx badge. Oh, no. That was 5 treats. 5 treats for the cost of 3. No mas. No mas. Unless someone else loves you, and then you'll get mas. But for now, no. But F's in chat. That's mine. Yep. Wait, what did I ask? I forgot. Oh, I forgot you had your appointment! Which was amazing. I'm currently waiting for my transing gender meds. How long is that going to take for you to get? Prime's Jinx badge. That's what I thought you were saying yes to, but I couldn't remember if I said something else. Do you want to give me pack luck, Jasper? Alright. Alright. Can this be blessed by you, Jasper? Can you bless this deck? Oh, it's been blessed. It's been blessed. Alright, this is it. Vanessa! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. This deck, this pack has been blessed by the pussy. Alright. Oh, bye. Okay. On Tuesday! Oh, that's not long at all! Alright. A spritzy. Spinarak. I don't even know if that's what it sounds like. Duplate. Howlucha. Essential Irish Queen, literally Naru. Ratigate. Jesky. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Next 2 weeks? Okay. Well, I guess it's not terrible. It's not like in June or something. Okay. Alright. Come on. Bitch. My Johnny Cage sunglasses. My Crobat. Why are you such a bitch? And the first person that says, oh, cats take after their owners is getting banned. That's my joke. Go. You did not bless this pack. Oh my god! Blessed by the pussy is a wild. Hi, Crazy Caveman. Also, Irish Queen. They got the 35 stream streak. What the fudgies? A man's best friend is not his dog. It is his owner. Tom, are you making a dog joke about yourself? I can't tell. I can't tell. Okay, fun fact. I actually love these energy cards. They're banger for me. Alright, that Jasper Blessed pack sucked. No, but now I feel like you're lying to me. I haven't got a single hit. This is the worst hit ratio. See, this is why I open all my cards off stream. Because I get my hits off stream. I'm doing so good, Jesky. Jesky, how are you doing? Everyone say, hello, Jesky. This is the one. Okay, this is the one. And remember, if this is a good pack, everyone say thank you, Panda Monster. If it's a bad pack, mods, ban Panda Monster. Shakes. Tyranta. Seal. Oh, so cute. Two-Blade. Jasper, fuck off. Judge. Jury. Executioner. Turtonator. I love his little like toot mouth. It's so cute. Jacinthe. Hiya! Star you. Alright, please a hit. Please. Oh, it's the Spupa! This is my second one! This is the aforementioned Spupa that I was talking about. Panda Monster, you're safe for now. You're safe. Oh, and Qianpo. Oh, good card. I already have this one, but I love it. It's so cute. It's so pretty. Dibs. Oh, wait, do you need this, Rock Dude? Do you need this? Because I'll give it to you. Obviously. Now he's picking a fight with me, as he should. It's been a good week for the most part. Oh, good. For the most part is good. Yep. Oh, okay. Easy. Okay. Well, this is already dibsed. The centering is shit, though, Rock Dude. I hope you're okay with that. Look at the centering. It's so light over here and so heavy over here. This one's definitely getting my brother. Oh, I don't have Phasmo installed. Are you streaming tonight, Rootsy? Qianpo? No, but it does make me think of it, though. It's like Qianpo, Qianpao. I don't know how to pronounce it. It's a full moon? Okay, Panda Monster, I have 3 more decks. Can you... Okay, hold on. Chat. Okay, cool. We have 3 different ones. Okay. What are we opening next? Which one is going to have the hit? Because I have a feeling we're only going to get, like, 1 more hit out of the rest of these 3. Starmie, Zygarde, or Clefable. Middle? Okay, what are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking? I want to play fast, but it's just not as fun solo. It really isn't. No. You think the middle too? Alright, should we open it now or save it for last? Qianpo. He's the big one, right? The big guy, right? I love him. Middle? Okay, so do we open it last? Okay. So Zygarde will be opened last. Then we'll just do in order then. We'll do Starmie next. Alright. That card better be good. Mods, ban everyone else. And ban everybody that said middle. Oh, what the heck? Leon Smalls! Thank you for the shout out for Rootsy Tootsie. But yeah, mods, ban everybody who said middle pack if it's bad. If it's bad. Well, not bad, but if there's no hit. Everybody go follow Rootsy anyway, just in case. Nose pass. Skaroop. A seal. I love seal. Another Shinx. Judge. Jury. Executioner. Luxio. Oh, thank you. I need the luck. Thank you. Thank you. Give it to me. I was not warned of this risk involved. This is a scam. Nah, you guys. It was part of your agreement when you followed this channel. Landorus. Barbacle? Alright, no hit this one. Oh! I lied. Kind of a hit? I actually don't know if I have this one. I have a Mega Zygarde, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I have this one. Well, she's gonna get sleeved. Why does that sound like a threat? She's gonna get sleeved. Wait! Luke, no! It is super pretty. Almost as pretty as you. I'll have my... Oh, that's right. Guns has an in the mods. Hi, Pina! If it's pretty, it's a hit. Me, whenever I pull a Clefairy card, like any Clefairy card. Hi, Pina Kitty. Alright, second to last pack. So, this is the middle pack that you guys say it's a hit. I hope it is, just for content, right? Wouldn't it be so good? And so that I don't have to ban half my chat. I always get so happy because people sound so happy because Peanut Kitty is such a fun name to say. Peanut Kitty. And cats are just great in general, right? Also, you're great. Sunny. Mwah. Thank you for the 4-eye kissy. Alright. Second to last pack. Peanut Kitty. Mwah. Thank you for the 4-eye kissy. Oh, I did pull a Gengar earlier. It was a hollow one too. Not like a special one, but it was a Gengar. All right. Mawile. Come. Focus. Come. All right. Tom's already here is crazy. What's up, Lobster? Oh, wait, maybe we go... Oh, shite. Okay, we got a little sneak peek. Sorry. I didn't see it. You guys didn't see it, right? I didn't see it. Ratata. Spinnerack. I came. What now? I can't say what I want to say. Alright, mind meld with me. Okay, now you know. Tarragon. Diggersby. Oh, thank you for the follow. I'm glad that's what got you in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I do see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. What's up, Gear Grip? Gear Grip, welcome in. I'm gonna call him Chien Po, even if it's how it's pronounced. His name is not. All right, is this a hit? Is this a hit? Huh. Oh, I hate this Pokemon so much. It looks like smashing that guy. I'll take it. This is my third one, but I'll take it. I think Salazzles are so dope because only the ladies evolve. I really like the shiny version Salazzles, because aren't Salazzles white or something? The shiny version's so pretty. Yeah, Nigel Thornberry! Call me Rogue. Mwah. Lobster. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Alright. I, too, like the ladies. Oh, Gear Grim! Oh, enjoy your gifted subby! Enjoy your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge gear. Welcome in. I'm opening up some Pokemon cards, and then we're gonna play some DBD 2v8 Open Labersons. Oh, yes! I got this, perfect order ETB. 90, yeah. 90 emotes for tier 1, 100 emotes for tier 2, and 110 emotes for tier 3. Oh, who's going to Target tomorrow for the Target Pokemon collab? I'm going with my sister-in-law. I'm so excited. I texted my brother and my sister-in-law the day that it got announced. I said, who's fucking coming with me? My brother's working. But I'm going to pick him up a shirt. All right. This is the pack. This is the guy that chat blessed. All right, everybody kiss it. Everybody kiss it. All right, has it been blessed? I'll put it on my forehead. Is it blessed? 90! Hi, Haku! Wait, why? What's wrong with Target? What? Guns?
Hello?
I unblessed? Hello? Guns, I can forget some to Peanut Kitty. Peanut, enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, ad-free view, and your sub badge. I do know Goth Lunch, yes! I do! We love Goth Lunch. Last pack magic. That's where I pulled the Clefairy earlier. Last pack magic. I opened a 3-pack. My Kissy's Spree unlock. That's right. Haku springs luck. Haku. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Yes, Goth Lunch did. See, that's how it was, Gear. That's how we knew. Look at you. I'm so glad you figured that out. All right, last pack luck. Remember, if it's not a good pack, just kidding. All packs are good packs. If it's not a hit, or if it's not a Clefairy or a Clefable, ban everybody that said middle pack. Oh, it's already good! You're not safe, though, yet, chat. But we do have a Haunter, so that's dope. Focus. Focus. Oh, she had it for a second. Oh, she's just so shy. She's so shy. Oh, okay. No one move. No one breathe. Bunnelby. Pokemon Catcher. Snivy. I feel good about this pack, guys. I feel good. Hippowdon. Lumiose Galette. I don't know. Shaman. Jasper, shut up. Mommy's working. Fletchinder. Does she get the Clefable? Oh, that was so anticlimactic. Luxray. Although, to be fair, this is my first time pulling this card. I do not have this card because I have a bunch of Aurora and Auroras cards, but I don't have any of the cards to like. I don't have the Sail Fossil that if I like were to play the TCG to get Aurora. Or Amara, whatever her name is. So it's my first time having this card, so I'll take it. GG's. What's up, Starzy? Gengar's number 1. Here, let me show you the Gengar we pulled earlier. Kind of, oh, Amara, that's her name. Kind of L hits, but at least my brother gets a card out of it. Oh, here's the common Clefairy we pulled earlier. Oh, here's the Gengar. So here's the holo Gengar that we got earlier. I have a bunch of these. But still a pretty card nonetheless. If she were to focus, oh, there she is. And it's still dope. I know. So it's still a dope card. I just have a couple of them. Oh, do you? My brother has the app. What do you do with your bulk? I keep a lot of them, but I use a lot of them for my Etsy store. Yike. Fossil! Oh, dinosaurs! Oh my god, I saw this really funny thing, Spades, on the internet. Of like the George Washington died in this year, and dinosaurs were the first dinosaur fossil was discovered in this year or whatever. And so someone said that George Washington died not knowing that dinosaurs existed, and I was like, what a sad existence he lived, huh? And that's so funny. Wait, who's your favorite, guys? Tell me your favorite Pokemon right now. Mine's Clefable. Oh, really? I got back into collecting? I just got back into it, like, right now. Muck? Wait. What, do you like, was it a Alolan Muck, where he's, like, multicolored? Because I think he's super cool. Charizard? Hell yeah. Just regular Charizard, Shiny Charizard, Mega Charizard Y, or Mega Charizard, what was it, X? What Charizard? Eevee and the Evolutions, do you have a favorite rogue? Chandelure? I actually have a Chandelure cards put aside for you. Mew or Eevee? Easy. Purple? Just a regular muck. Want some deep rabbit hole? Yeah, do it. Do it. Alolan Vulpix. Hell yeah. Pawmi! Wait, hello? Pawmi's so cute. He's like the little yellow guy, right? It's like a Pikachu, but like not a Pikachu. Like a Pikachu and Minccino like had a baby. Jigglypuff, Gengar, and Snorlax. I sense a theme, Panda Monster. Hi, Sierra. Ponyta! Oh, Galarian Ponyta. Sprigatito, you say? Essential Irish Green. Yeah, real. Real. Brad, real. Yeah. Snom. Snom is so cute. Wait, Father, did I see it? Hold on. I did not see your answer. I just saw you say that your... Oh, Hawlucha! I literally see it right now. We pulled Hawlucha a couple times that way. Did you see the Hawluchas we pulled? Here. We actually pulled a couple Hawluchas. Where are you, buddy? I know. Aha. 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 But you're right, though. Kind of underrated. You don't really see a lot of people, like, giving love to Hawlucha. My baby! It kind of looks like a dog to me. Oh, it looks like a teddy bear to me. I bet if I looked at it again, I'd be like, oh yeah, that's a dog. Mimikyu. Oh, Gothorita. Gothorita's super cute. Darkrai! Darkrai's dope. OG Charizard. Yeah. OG Charizard's my favorite, too. I need a good Pokemon game. I've been playing the Pokemon, the OG Pokemon TCG game from, like, the Game Boy Color. That's what I've been playing. It's so bad, but it's so good. Oh, wait, hold on. The next set is Abyss Eye. I thought it was Pitch Black, the next set. Or is it, like, the same? Is it Tomato, Tomato? Oh, that's the bottom, okay. Alright. Oh, so these were our hits. This one's going to my brother, and these are going in the doubles, because I think I already have those. But that's okay. I did pull the Clefairy earlier, and I'll take it. I'm going to take that to my grave. I'll leave these out so I don't ruin them. Yep. Thanks for letting me open Pokemon cards, you guys. Mudkip! Oh, I love Mudkip. Mudkip is such a cutie. I think he's an underrated starter. I love Swampert. Pitch Black is Japanese. Oh. What's up, Cassidin? Are you talking about Boo? Hi, Boo. Do you want to say hello? Oh, that's Jasper. Japanese is Abyssai. I want to say that's how it, because that's how I've seen. I've seen English is the is it Pitch Black? Either way, the new set is gonna be dope. I'm ready for Chaos Rising though. Japanese is Abyssai. Okay. I love because Ue's mouth opens. Oh my god, you're so right. Jade, cat or dog? Chloe! Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, if I've missed anyone's messages, I'm so sorry. Cat! I'm a kitty cat. And a dance, and a dance. Oh, I should make him do a spin again. I mean, you're still right, but... Oh, spin. Oh, good boy! Oh, Charlie, I know you haven't had a treat yet. Here you go. Thank you for the follow! Welcome in! I do have anonymous follows on. But I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. Alright, can we spin again? Spin. Alright, the dog's there. It's fine. You're gonna turn into a cat if you keep eating these cat treats. My fingers are all wet. The Chandelier. July, though, Mira. We still have Chaos Rising coming out this month, though. Oh, did you really? Yeah. And now she looks entitled. That's so cute. Every time. Oh, yeah, that was Charlie. Every time I give my animals a treat, you guys better be giving your animals treats, too. Brad, maybe. I just saw the mod chat. I like Pokemon. That's where my that's where my Komosudi say that's where my line is, I guess. Yes, please do share your cats. Oh. Guns. I hope the jokes mean that you're coping the best that you can, because I'm sorry for your loss. Even though it was a year ago, that's still, I'm sorry for your loss. Oh. I got my boyfriend's dog a new toy today. Oh, and it was destroyed in under 5 minutes. But when they had it for those 5 minutes, was it the best time of their life? Oh! I also forgot to mention that Dead by Daylight gifted us a bunch of Attack on Titan skins that I can give to you guys. I'm not going to give them away today, though, because I wanted to give people time to know about it. And so I'll probably put it in the Discord that maybe we'll do it either next Wednesday or next Friday. But here, let me see how many codes do I have to give away. So shout out Dead by Daylight Creator Program. What the fudge? Okay. We have 2 of the regular Aaron Trapper skins, 1 of the Crystal Trapper skins, 1 of the Ember Trapper skins. So that's 4 Trapper skins right there. I'll have 2 Levi's to give away, 2 Mikasas / Yui, and 2 Sashas / Talita. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 cosmetic codes to give away next week. I'll probably do it all in one stream, I'm thinking. But it's either going to be next Wednesday or next Friday. I'm not sure. You guys can let me know when. I'll put it in the Discord. No, Chloe! Damn. I'm sorry, Chloe. It's either going to be Wednesday or Thursday, or Wednesday or Friday. I might do a long stream. One of those days. We'll see. Oh, really? Oh, well then I'm glad she had a good, fulfilled life. Also, hi, Oni. Shut the front door, Danny. Boo was just playing with, one of those, little poof ball cat toys. It is his favorite toy. and it's a cat toy. And I literally had to keep taking it away from him for weeks because I thought that he was gonna like eat it and like choke on it and die, and like that's like my worst fear is that like my animals die. And he doesn't eat it. He just plays with it. It's like he's such a weird boy. He's such a weird boy. I'm a survivor main, but I love playing killer. I just don't play killer a lot on stream because, as you can see, I'm a yapper, and I also have ADHD, so I don't do well with the yapping and paying attention. I find it a lot easier to stream and play survivor than it is to play killer. But my favorite killers, in order: Twins, Nemesis, Springtrap. Also, Kito's a button. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Also, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Also, Oni Games. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I've actually never been here. Oh, so Oni, what I'm going to do for this specific one is I'll have you guys just type a code word like, Sparky. Sparky was doing his giveaways earlier, and his code word was Titan. And you just have to type it in the chat, and then I'll only have it run as one giveaway so that only one person can enter, and only if you win a code, you can't win it multiple times. You know what I mean? So I'll have it like say the code word is Attack on Titan, like it's just AOT or something, which is probably what it's gonna be, is AOT. And then I'll just have you guys enter just one giveaway for the 10 different codes, so that if you win one of them, you are out of the running to win the rest of them, so that it's as many people can win as possible. But yeah, I'll post in the Discord, and I'll put a pinned comment, and we'll let people know when the giveaway is going on. Well, it will still be in hours in the AM for me regardless, so I'll miss, unless it happens before I need to be at work and go sleepless. Oh, don't go sleepless. Please don't be. Don't be going sleepless. She's going cakeless. I posted Small Cat in the Discord, now you can see how small she is! I named her Small Cat on accident. There's a lot of names that, like, I have for my cats that aren't, like, their actual names. Boo is mostly Boo, or sometimes he's Boo Boo. Jasper is Jojo. Midnight is Mimi or Momo. Balthazar is Bobo. And Charlie is Chocho! Yeah. I don't know why, but they all have different names than what their actual names are. I forgot. I forgot to open up the game. You guys should join me. Do some open lobber kink. Everyone say hi, Raven. Also, new day. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I love Cat so much. You want to say hello to him? He wants to say hello to you. Ugh. Say hello. Why are you so quiet? He hates being picked up. Oh, I bet he's purring right now. I bet if I rub your belly, you'll meow. There we go. Belly. Oh. He's a Nebelung cat. Nebelung. Which is, for all intents and purposes, a long-haired version of a Russian blue, but, like, not a Russian blue. Hi. I love you so much! Yeah, he's called the timeshare kitty, because as much as I love him, he pisses me off so much, because he is such an asshole. Like, he's such an asshole. He gets kicked out of the basement a lot. Not, like, kicked, but he gets removed from the basement a lot. Because he's such a brat. Does exactly that, I'll game, and... This cat gives Orange Cat energy. But, like, there's 2 versions of Orange Cat, right? There's the Orange Cat that's just like, you're so stupid. You'd only have 1 brain cell. Maybe. And then there's the Orange Cat that's just, like, such a fudging asshole. You know what I mean? That's what he is. He's so cute, though. Oh, what's your cat's name? Yeah, huskies and orange cats are synonymous. Indeed. Oh, shite! I want to pick, a G Fuel flavor of the day. I am in between. Do I have it, though, actually? Whoa. I don't even know if I have it. Oh, man. Well, then... Oh, we'll do this one. Okay. I really wanted Nuke Pop. I thought I had it, but I don't know where it is. So we'll just do sour gummy worms instead because I love sour gummy worms. George or Fat Boy. I love that. Oh, I'd call him Chub Chub. Actually, I call Jasper Chub Chub. I'm like, here, Chub Chub. It's either I'm skipping sleep to be here or it's a day off like today. Oh, I'm so glad that you have a day off. Hell yeah. Oh my god, one of your very few days off. You guys better not choose streams over Pixel, though. You guys better not choose streams over sleeping, though. You guys better choose sleep. I am if you are bored and there's literally nothing else to do. Streams over Pixel is crazy. I know. What's up, Capricorn? Capricorn, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I'll always pick you. Pick me. Choose me. Love me. I know. Yeah, guys, don't you dare ever stream yourselves or pick any other streamers. It's me or bust. Okay, but yeah, is anybody going to Target tomorrow for the Target collab with Pokemon? Are you really, Pina? Where are you at? What season? Greater than sleep? That I know that's a lie. I love sleep. Karev is about to leave. That's like a later season, right? Don't cry. Don't raise your eye. Shower. Gummy worms. Would you guys love me if I was a gummy worm? Very late? Okay. Why'd you... Oh, shut the front door, Oni. That's really funny. But I have a streak to maintain with Slasher. Ooh, what's your streak at with Slasher? Oh, Leon's Bones. That's actually a really great idea. Oh, we could totally do that. Holy crap. I'm the only torchbearer in this entire lobby. Okay, you guys can't see it. Oh, escapist, escapist, escapist. Medic, medic, medic. Scout, torchbearer. Whoa! Whoa! Having 3 escapists and 3 medics is gonna be so great. No. I have 53? Oh, big streak. I've not slept to be here, Chloe. You are so real for that. Go to bed. How was your day off, Ben? What's everyone been up to today? Happy Friday. I cleaned a lot today. It's my longest. Ladies. 1:15! And sometimes Twitch just, like, takes away your stream streaks for no godly reason. And it's like... Raise your hand if you've been personally victimized by Twitch taking your stream streak for no reason. Pain, Ellie, mwah, mwah. Thank you for the forehead kisses. Right, I'm working on your website. What kind of website are you working on? Took a power nap. Oh, good. Oh, okay. So, question: What's everyone's What's everyone's like prime time for a power nap? Like, oh, okay. I wanted to assume it was something writer, author related, but I don't want to assume because that makes an ass out of you and me. I'm joking. Can you guys hear the game okay? Is it too loud? Good. What was I gonna say? Alice! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. I gotta pull up my stream on my PC. Or, on my phone. So I could re-chat. Is Gucci? You're Gucci. Sorry, that was weird. Hello, Billiams. There's so many bills. Hi, Mr. Ware! I worked to get the ball rolling from a condo purchase. Shut up. When's the, what is the timeline for you getting your condo? Oh my god, I'm so gassed for you. Oh yeah, that's what I was asking. What's everyone's prime time for? Oh, shite nipples. No. Oh, Bill, I'm so sorry, lovely. Prime power nap time. I'd say for me, it's probably like 30 minutes, right? Bye, Coffee! Coffee had the best night ever. Make cocktail, did you really? Alice, our song came on, by the way. It was, fudge. I don't remember. But the song that you liked. And now I think of it as our song. You know what I mean? Our song, what song was it? Oh, or less. I love that for you. Oh, I love that for you. Because there's nothing more exciting than, like, moving. Okay, don't get me wrong. Exciting and nerve-wracking and anxious and inducing. But also exciting. Because I love I love moving. Because I love setting things up. I'm like, you would think I've played The Sims before with how much I enjoy, like, moving furniture around and decorating. But ask me how long I've lived here and how many boxes I still need to unpack. It's a whole thing. I'm like, I'm really like, I'm an enigma. What's a power nap? I have sleep apnea. Oh. Wait, Mira, you too? I'd say anywhere between like 20 and 30 minutes is like a good power nap for me. If I try power nap at 4 p.m. and wake up at 12 a.m., I've done that before. Oh, no! But Alice, yes. So we have 2 songs. It was a song that you had just said that you enjoyed. What was it? I'll go in my playlist. I'll go back in my playlist a couple songs. So it played like a couple songs ago. I'll tell you. Do you really? Okay, Circa, that makes me feel a lot better. Also, I love the emo. Also, Ghost Gremlins. Mwah! Thank you for the forehead kiss. See, I have insomnia and no cookies is one of the funniest things I've read in a really long time. I'm such a lucky girl. You're playing music? Not right now. But during my just chatting scenes, I did. 4+ hours in the middle day. Sometimes a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. Sorry, I was not me assuming your gender. I was just, saying a girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. Oh, I don't have flashbangs! Ah! I think that person's AFK, no? How close are you? Oh, you're pretty close. I don't think I make it to this pallet. Does she? Ah! Oh, too short. I have that problem too. I'm a grower, not a shower. Oh! Ah! Okay. Yippee. If he had just stayed in chase for 2 more seconds, he would have gotten me. Yippee. Have you tried any of the Hydrating G Fuel? Yes, I have. The new ones, yeah. Of the new hydration flavors, there's like the lemon lime light, the orange, it's like peach something, and I forgot what the 4 flavors are. But lemon lime light is hands down my favorite. I love lemon lime. I love it. Hi, Ghost Gremlins. Ghost Gremlins, hope you're doing so good. Happy Friday. I have hidden my unpacked boxes in the cupboard out of sight, out of mind. Yeah, mine are in my laundry room. grower is always better. Hi, Dr. Finkelstein. Yes! Strawberry, peach, orange, lemon, lime. Thank you. Oh, you're so hot for that, Raven. Oh. Oh. I feel like that was a waste because we're both right here, but you know what? You do you. Goo goo. Also, Dr. Finkelstein. Mwah. Thank you for the flare kiss. You guys, I'm in a good mood. Who's gonna come in and ruin it for me? I need that kiss. Mwah. What's up, Jimmy Bean? Hi. Happy Friday, guys. I'm in such a good mood. You know what? Because I've been looking forward to this Pokemon drop tomorrow for literally a month now, and I'm so excited. 2 for the price of 1. You can keep one. You can use one now and keep the other one for later. Finky, I hope you're doing so good. Finky, have you been streaming and I've been missing it because I'm a bad person? Hi, Jimmy Bean. Guys, happy Friday / weekend. What's everyone got planned this weekend? Oh, I can't make that. You're not a bad person. Thank you. Oh! See, Father, that would ruin it for me. P20 for Taeyong? Holy, let's go. 11 and 12 for my collection. Whoa. Oh, no way! Ghost Gremlins, yes! I'm gonna give away skins next week. So you have a chance for more. Imagine having plans. You'll be working, right? Once a week if I have the spoons. That's, honestly, keep in mind, Finky, that's probably a lot more than a lot of people do. So I'm very proud of you. Oh, I read that as gambling. Let's go gambling! Ah, dinner. I'm proud of you. Okay, so you want to make out. Is no one going to save these humans, by the way? Is no one going to save our friends that have been hooked here for like 25 years? Because there's like 3 people. The Yoonjin and the Meg haven't done anything for a while. So I don't know what's happening here. No, my unhook points. So I don't know what's been going on here. Yeah, the Yoonjin and the Meg haven't like touched a gen or been in chase. Oh my gosh, she found a gen! Oh, that's exciting. I'm excited for them. We already knew this about how in love with I am with you. Gambling. I read gaming as gambling because I don't know how to read. Let's go gambling. Also, our penis of the day is 66 inches. Can anybody beat Mira's hog? Close. As soon as I get home from work, or it won't happen. Wait. Oh, yeah. No, okay. I get that. Ooh, think so close. It can either be 67, 68, or 69 inches. Those are the 3 PPs that has a chance to beat. Okay, but what why are we not? Oh, wow! Wait, no, I was so agog by Armpit Enjoyer's name that I got. Wait, Armpit Enjoyer, welcome in. Love the name. Sorry, I got distracted. Guys, I was so excited about this team, but this team isn't doing anything. I'm sad. No, Armpit Enjoyer, thank you. Thank you. Ooh, 58 inches, so close. I literally gasped. At the name or what happened? I didn't even see it happening. Oh, I didn't even know it was about to happen. At the ghosty? Oh, I hate ghost faces. Well, back to this gen. Guys, there are 5 generators. There are 6 survivors, and I'm the only one on a gen. Make this make sense. I think they might be like bug. I think this team like might be bug green in like a corner or something. You know what I mean? Oh, Yoonjin Lee's on a gen. We love her. Bilf on a gen. Good boy. Good submissive boy. Oh, they got chased. Okay. I was like, what's happening? A DVD in a nutshell. All right, armpits enjoyer. Are you more of a left pit enjoyer or right pit enjoyer? Or are you an equal opportunity pit enjoyer? I work like a dog all day and night, fixing these jets. Calling Bill a good boy. I'll do it again. I craved a bit. Oh, I'm slanging. Whoa! Father, and that's why more Jen should have got done. She just soloed this. Soloed? Oh. Hi, pumpkin. Hello, lovely. Oi, Jamoy, guys. What is going on? Oh. Oh, they are faffing about. I see. Yeah, they are faffing. She's in the locker, Ghostface! She's in the locker! Sorry, my headset just said something to me. Whoa! Okay, I got scared. Oh my god, look, she has crows! I think these guys are locker hopping, guys. I think these gamers are all locker hopping. They have to be, right? Because the Fungmin has crows. We just saw that one gamer get into a locker over there. I actually think it's just me and Yoon Jin that are doing stuff. I think that's what's happening. I'm gonna go check this locker really quickly, see if they're still in there. Either worst gamer. Oh, literally! Literally! Did he see me? Oh, he did. Wait, hold on. I gotta check this locker. Oh! Okay, they're not in there. Damn. Also, the Rat Piss, welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow, welcome in. Who did absolutely nothing but follow me to steal my hooks. Oh, really? Who are you playing as, Rootsy? I am putting it now. First hook, last hook. First hook, last hook. I'm calling it right. I'm gonna eat my words. I'm gonna eat my words right now. Fungmin. Oh, I'm eating all my words. I'm eating them. But the other gamer, the Asian Persuasion, is in a locker because her aura was not shown. Oi, Jamoy. Does she get Hatch? She deserves it. Yes! I deserve this. I'm a good girl. I'm a good girl. I did like so many gens. Sorry, had to go AFK. Oh, we knew the Leon went AFK. GG's. GG's. Guys, my back hurts. My back hurts from carrying this game. My back hurts. I'm a good girl now. You guys are all good girls. Did you really? Rat Piss. That's so funny. It's funny when like everybody's in on it. Oh, what was our song? Okay, hold on. Let me go back. How long ago did this song play? Oh, this one! Everybody scream! I don't know why. It makes me think of you. Wow, we played a lot of songs today, guys. Ooh. You went from 63 inches to 6 inches? That's because I went to my full screen. And you were like, oh. Thank you, Dragon. My friend Jamie Koala made this like 10 years ago. She actually just had a new line release recently. Whoa! We have a new PP of the day! Jinx 68-inch penis of the day. The only PP that can beat it is 69 inches. That's the only PP. I think it was the L Survivor Junior match. Oh, that's alright. At least I escaped, and that's all that matters. It feels like I never left. Rogue, I miss you. Missed you. 3 inches? That's alright, Dana. It's not about how big it is, it's how you use it. What are PPs? Oh, it's just like, it's like a joke command. So if you do exclamation point PP, there is a cooldown, so it doesn't respawn every single time. But if you type exclamation point PP, and yeah, big trans girl PP, my Stream Elements bot will give you a number between 1 and 69. And you could also do it for Brat. We have a Brat percentage, which is from 0 to 100%, I believe. And then we have, what's the other one? A Vibe check. Oh, you stole my Brat. That's a good Brat percentage, though. It's about girth, not length. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome in. 20 stream streak? Thank you so much! Dragons in a place over doing Sargurd. Why are you guys all bratty today? I know why. We are doing open lobbies if anyone wants to join, by the way. If you guys are on Steam, just join game. Don't send me a friend request because I will ignore it. It's not because I don't like you. It's just because my friends list is almost full. Sorry. Canary! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Ahoo! I'm coming. You're a good little them. Up. 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 What's up? Yup, happy weekend. Oh, join for the drops! Oh, well, thanks for coming over to get some drops. What baby's in the beanbag? That's Boo. Do you guys want to see cat or dog? You guys only get one. I'm joking, but who do you want to see first? Do you guys want to see cat or dog? Oh. Brad, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Yeah, that's the dog cam in the corner. 66! So close. So close. Yeah, no treat, no uppies. Oh, Raven, you're so hot and tall and talented and handsome. Yeah, the only thing I ask is that you guys are nice to your fellow teammates and you're nice to the killers. Like, no teabagging at the gates, you know what I'm saying? I don't think I told you how I'm taking my HRT. And maybe, how does one take HRT? And why is it funny? I'm gonna show you guys Boo. Why are you the way that you are? Boo, do you wanna say hello? Wanna say hello, Muffin? Everyone say hi, Boo. Boo, good morning. Good morning. He had a big day at the Frito factory. Woof. Oh, dog or cat treats. Better say dog. Carissy. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Duncan. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Do you want a treat? Boo, do you want a treat? Charlie will probably come down here too. Yeah. Oh. Good boy. Who's your good jockey? I'll give you a whole one. Ooh, that's kind of big. You can get half of that. Oh, there he is. Up. Up. There you go. Bitch, don't even act like you don't want it. I know you want it. It's right there. Get it. Boo's gonna eat it if you don't eat it, Charlie. Uh-oh. No treats for Charlie. Alright. Well, Charlie got some cat treats earlier. Damn, Joker. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, thank you. I'm a crazy cat lady. I have 3 cats and 2 dogs. This is Jasper. This is the guy that you see right there. That's Charlie. That's right there. That's Boo. That's back right there. And then I have Midnight and Balthazar. But they'd early come down here. Boo gets extra. Oh, Doka! Doka, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like you should get a prize for that. Also, Tanker. Mwah. Doka. Mwah. I give her the forehead kissy. Adorable. Thank you. I made them myself. All right, I'm gonna ready up. Omar. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Mana, mana. I still love you. Aww. Oh, Panda. You're so cute. Oh, YouTube video going out tomorrow. It should be already out for members, for YouTube members. But, YouTube video going out for tomorrow of, an edited down version of my first playthrough, or part 1 playthrough of Clair Obscur Expedition 33. So, if you guys missed the first stream, the edited version will be up on YouTube tomorrow. Ashton patches in the recommended placement is stick them onto my butt. Do you really? Just right in the butt? Even my 1-incher. Would you love me if I was a worm? Would you love me if I had a 1-incher? I would love you guys no matter what. Guys, if I was a gummy worm, what flavor gummy worm would you want me to be? I'd be the red. I want to be the half red, half blue one. Because I think the half red, half blue gummy worm is superior. Cherry is at the half red, half blue. From Applebee's! Shut the front door! Also, damn, Doka, thank you for the 5 stream streak! Yeah, red blue's the best. You be pickle flavored? Alright, somebody ban damn Doka. Yeah, red and blue's the best, right? Red versus blue? Do you ever wonder why we're here? Do you ever bite them down and stick them together to create other, like, concoctions of flavored gummy worms? Or is that too autistic of me? Yippee! Yes! Okay, cool. I'm glad I'm not alone. Never too late. It's never too late. Oh, Jade, what are you gonna do? What's on the hair color agenda? I was thinking of doing something new with my hair, but I don't know yet. You do to match the colors? Yeah. You gotta, right? You got stuff. I think it's a Chucky. Who's the other one? Oh, it is a Chucky. Why? Hello, Talbot. Nah, he got it. Nice. Oh. Chucky, don't see me. Oh, good boy. Yes, sir. Aw, man. You miss one swing, and you gotta go. Oh, look, a Talbot. Oh, hello, love. Neon green. Oh, like the whole hair. And call them normies, and then the other wormies. Oh. Look at these normies. Normie wormies. Booty. I didn't think that was gonna work, dude. Whole hair? Hell yeah. That's awesome. Oh my god. Guys, dicks are so scary. Trigger warning. Hi, Derpy! Derpy, thank you for my daily dose of dicks. Yeehaw. Otaku. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Derpy! I hope you're doing so good, homie. Happy weekend. That scared me. Dicks are scary, okay? Being scared of dicks is a very normal, like, experience. What? Uh-oh. Is that the birthday Chucky? No way. You never see the birthday Gluckster. Oh. Big swings. Hi! You got a 1-inch shoe? No way. No way. That's actually really impressive. Derpy. Mwah. They give her 216th kissy. What the fudgies? Oh, I think they're getting double teamed. Oh my god. Spades is running both of them right now. Oh, I can't get that. Shoot. Oh, please get hooked over here. Please get hooked over here. Please. Yes! Spades! Spades, come with me if you want to live. Alright. Spades, I'm not gonna heal you yet. Come here. Come here. Oh, you got it. Okay, you already... Oh, Spades already knew. Spades already knew. Okay. I was like, if you guys play with me, I saved those. I was like, only my teammates get the uncaged tonics. Oh, Peanut, I always forget to say that went way better than it should have. I agree. You ran that for a while with 2 killers, especially one of them being Chucky. Ah, crazy bacon. Mwah. They were forehead kiss you. Oh. 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 I'll use that. Ah! Oh my god, if she took my flashlight, I would have cried. Great skill check. Yucker. That's how I do. I wish I could drop flashbangs. Imagine if we can drop flashbangs that we accumulate. That'd be so broken. It'd make me so happy though. Why do I have 100 ping? Why am I crashing? No, we're okay. I think it's just 2v8 things. So when I said just 2v8 things, case point. That was insane! What? I have 115 ping. He has 100 ping. So 2 wrongs don't make a right. I would like to report a crime. I'm not dropping frames, so I think it was just like 2v8 things. You know what I mean? That was, I dropped that pallet early, too. I dropped that pallet so early. Drop it, drop it, drop it. No way this Yui. Oh my god, I was about to say, like, that is ballsy because she's injured, you know? I was about to say, that was ballsy. Oh. Can you, like, give me some personal space, Yui? What is happening? Oh my god. Holy. 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 Okay. What in the, like, Navy's, the SEAL Team 6 is going on right now? Oh my god. My flashlight did like a little dance before I did that. I thought I wasn't gonna get it because of the ping. She got it though. Yep, yep. Imagine. Enjoy your lurky turkey! If you're streaming tonight, I hope you have the best stream ever. Everybody go tell Derpy how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. Oh, do you wanna rub me bum? Oh, don't do that! Watch out, there's a killer there. Shit on! Everybody point and laugh at the Talbot. Oh, Kyle! Kyle, thank you so much for saying hello, love. And thank you for the 50 stream streak. You're so hot. Everyone tell Kyle how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. And Leon's Bones, thank you so much for the shout out for Derpy! You're looking super pretty. Mwah. No, you. You're gonna give me a complex. When the moon hits your eye. Hey, can I get that free cage now? I'm joking. Hey, did you see a free cage? I want one of those. I want one of those free cages you guys are passing out. The ash shot is crazy. You're welcome. I see. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Mwah. Oh, 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 oh. Oh my god, the lag is so bad. Oh. What's my ping at still? Still 100. Damn. It's gotta be the server. Icy, I hope you're doing so good, sweetheart. Uh-oh. Oh. Wow! That was awesome. That was so good. What? No way. Oh, I'm dead here. Can I get a hit taker? Any way I could get. Ah, damn. Damn. Ugh. Oh my god, that gets it. Please, please, please. Yes! Oh, you're so hot. Run. Run. Pixel, run. Pixel. Oh my god, and a hit taker. Oh, you're so hot. Oh, and the Talbot, like, wants it so bad. Oh, I thought that was gonna get hit. Oh my god. Oh, oh, oh. Everyone give 1,000,000 subs to Spades if I get out. Okay, SEAL Team 6 with these Adas, by the way. SEAL Team 6. SEAL Team 6. Holy! Holy! Oh, I blinded this Ada. I blinded her. I blinded her. I blinded her. I blinded her. Okay. Everyone give Spades 1,012,000 subs! And then everyone go to that Ada's profile. Everyone go to the other Ada's profile. Holy shit. Annie, Spades, Spear of Justice. Holy SEAL Team Ada. Chi-Chi's. Oh my god. SEAL Team Ada, that was insane. I didn't think that last pallet stun was gonna hit because I know the lag was really crazy. But that was awesome. Oh, bad at this game. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, GG's, GG's. That was awesome. Spades, you are holy slow clap milkman. You're so hot. No, you guys. Deanna is always absolutely correct. Ghost Gremlin. Could not have agreed more. Guys, we are doing open lobbies right now. If you guys want to get in on this. Sheesh! Now me go to click follows if I don't already follow Spades. Welcome to my brain. If you guys already follow, prime sub. If you guys already prime sub, gift 5 subs. If you guys already gifted 5 subs, gift 20 tier 3 subs. I'm joking. But also kind of serious. But yeah, everyone go give lots of love to Spade System. I'm gonna just sit here for a minute or two, see if anyone wants to join, and then we're gonna play an ad too. Ha, got you. There's no treat. You're stupid. So cute! Watch the world burn. Also, I'm burning one of my... What am I burning right now? Oh, I'm burning one of my banana nut bread wax melts from Cosmic Candles. Smells like D's. Don't forget, if you guys want your own pixel scented candles, go to Cosmic Candles, use code KITTEN. Made of real... Oh my god, I forgot how good this smells. Made of real pixels. We do love a good butt. We love a good butt too. You're right. You're right, Brad. You're absolutely right. Oh my god. So my candle smells like vanilla, caramel, pumpkin goodness. It's like everything you'd want in like an autumnal scent. But I believe these are available year round now, because she was doing them like only like half of the year, but now they're open. Now they're back to being all year round. And there's wax melts, candles, and oil diffusers too. I have the oil diffuser in my car. It's empty, but I don't want to get rid of it because it has my name on it, and it's really fucking cool. Like, it has my fucking name on it. How dope is that? And Kate, Cosmic Candles, designed this logo. Like, are you kidding me? I want to lick it. I've already licked it a bunch, and I get in trouble whenever I lick it. Because you're not supposed to eat candles, guys. I'm autistic. I'll eat what I want. Alright, we're gonna do an ad now. The logo's adorable. It came out so good. I'm pretty sure it was the first logo that she created. And she's like, oh, let me know if you want, like, to change anything. I'm just like, no, it's perfect. You're not supposed to eat crayons? What? Were we just talking about this on Wednesday, too? Hi, Music Kid! Music Kid got to go see, Devil Wears Prada 2. Whatever. Also, ads now, no ads in game. When the ad's done, we'll start a game. I'm so peanut butter and jealous. I want to see the Devil Wears Prada 2. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. I should rewatch the first one. Oh, you know who I love in it too? Oh yeah, do it, Spades. You got my time. I'll wait. Even if like, I'll wait. Let me know when you're ready. Want to go together? I wish it was streaming because we could do like a streaming thing for it. Cayman. Mwah. They go with the forehead kissy. It was so good. Emily Blunt. That's what I love. Me Mary Poppins. I actually just rewatched that movie. The first Mary Poppins and the second Mary Poppins. I love Emily Blunt. If Emily Blunt has no fans, it means I'm dead. I don't know if it's going to be streaming though, Leon's Moans. Maybe the first one. But, I don't know if the second one will be in any streaming services anytime soon. I don't know. Because it's like, it's such a, like a big name. I don't know if it'll go to streaming. Or how quickly it'll go streaming. I don't know. At this post-COVID world, well, post-COVID world, you know what I mean? This COVID world it's like, when do things go online, you know? Emily Blunt is the people's princess. But, Leon's Moans. Yes. I listened to stream on my phone and type on my work computer. My work computer lagged. It was funny. I had to send to you. Oh, really? Oh, wait. Did you say... was I looking funny? Did you take a screenshot? I love funny screenshots of my face. The Salted Loki gets really good ones of Boo. Yes. I'm gonna ready up when Spades comes back, because I know they're getting food. Proud of everyone for eating. Who didn't eat today? This is friendly fire. Who did not eat today? Into the woods. Into the woods to grandmother's house. Beef and broccoli. Oh. 2 donuts? What kind of donuts? Pop-Tarts! What flavor Pop-Tarts? Did you guys see there's gonna be Pokemon Pop-Tarts? I'm sorry. I'm totally normal about Pokemon. Also, blame my brother, Rock Dude, for getting me back into Pokemon, by the way. Cinnamon brown sugar classic. Now, are you a toaster? Or are you just eat it raw? Oh, okay. Well, Spades, let me play for you. I'll be dead in 4 minutes. Old-fashioned. Fair. Fair. Cherry fritter with cream filling. Yum. Raw with coffee. Ladies. You know what? I am going to change my loadout. I'm going to do... Escapist. Because I feel like I've been playing like shite. Especially when it comes to saves. So, I'll get a flashlight out of a box, don't worry. Just marry me already. I'm still stuck on the raw with coffee. Like, that's such a good, like... Can I screenshot that? For me, for later. I'm sorry, that sounds so sus. Oh, what's for dinner? And don't tell me it's a Pop-Tart. I mean, I won't judge. Raspberry jam on toast? Oh my god. Lemon fiber bars. Hot dogs with fried onions. I really... Oh my god. Oh, sorry, my mouth is salivating right now just reading that. I really wanted a hot dog so badly today. Like, I cannot begin to describe to you guys how badly I wanted a hot dog today. Oy, jamoy. That's fine. It's fine. I'm totally normal about it. Oh! Taco bowls? What kind of meat are we shoving in there? Makes me want a hot dog real bad. Raven, volume down. Were-Elk. Were-Elk warning! Cornbread. Ugh. I hate cornbread. Yeah, I'm at chili though. Oh. Oh. Oh, do you want me to come? That looks like a come. Come, girl. Oh. Yeah, see, I gave speed because I'm a good teammate. I think it was just where, right? But I don't think we made a... Woo! Who put that little window there? Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Oh no, she gets me here. That's right. There's like 3 people with flashlights around. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, I think it's just W-E-R-E. Oh! You found a flashlight for me. Really, Michaela? Michaela, you have a flashlight. What are you doing? I thought it was just where? Is it just elk? I'll have to find it. Also, yes, please. I'm just joking. Oh, it's just elk. That's so funny. Okay. Thank you. Oh, hello, lovely. Oh, okay. Does she want the heels or not? We got there eventually. I'll make aliases. Or, oh, you know what? Leon's Moms, I gotta give you Stream Elements access. If anybody wants to, is bored, or whatever, can make aliases of it now, but I could also do it. And ooh, I got stuck. Where? Yep. Okay. Way. What's the over-under of that fleshlight Stevie in there? The nurse is AFK? Shut the front door. Oh. Oh, thank you. Thank you for tickling my butthole. An AFK nurse, damn. Well, I feel bad for this werewolf then, because she's really good. She's really good. That's such a bummer. Because you know they went to go pee or something. No way, the flashlight's still here. No way. Oops. Yeah, I feel bad. But hey, you know what? At least she got a hook on... Oh, the Michaela just found an uncaged one. Her cages just went down. So, Michaela's been hooked twice. I've been hooked once. Damn. Can you stop yelling at me, good sir? My cat's screaming at me. Pix yell. Also, there's Jasper fur all over my desk. It looks like the werewolf may have given up as well. Oh, never mind. So I was about to say, I don't see anybody getting injured. I'm gonna stop doing gens and start doing, like, totems or something. Or chests. Give traits came in. Do you want, oh, do you want that? Do you want to... Where are we going? Do you want dog or cat? Came in. Kitty? I got you. That's why he's yelling at me, isn't he? Now you're trapped here. Now you're my prisoner. You were trying to give me a little present. And now I trap you. My little prisoner! What's the password? Oh! Oh, Fugman! Where are we gonna go? Oh, I love them. I love them so much. Oh. Oh my god, that was so funny. Oh, spades! Okay, auto hook. Okay, well, you're gonna get hooked over here. Aha! I've never had an evil laugh in my life. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, that made me laugh. Thank you for that, Fugman. 2 more patients and go home! Yippee! W home. Shut up. I'll give you treats in a minute. In a minuto. Oh my god, the nurse is back. So anyways. I'm so scared. I'm so fucking scared right now. The nurse comes back right at the end. Oh, man. Where Elk is gone. GG's. GG's. Oh, I got a big old whiff of banana nut bread. Yum. Thanks. No, thank you. Safe! Safe. GG's. Alright. Kitty treats! Oh. Oh, should we just spin? Spin. Spin. Good boy. Up. I like to pretend that he knows what these words mean, but there's no thoughts behind these eyes. Alright, spin. Spin. Up. Bit my finger doing that. Alright, spin. 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 Up. He took a big old chop of my finger. Ouch. Ow. Ow. Oh, carry on. No. I was about to say something. Hi, Faith. Oh, that's what I was going to do. Faith, happy weekend. What's up, Jerry Mouse? Jerry Mouse, happy weekend. Where Elk? Okay. Command aliases. Where Elk? Where Elk? Spelt wrong, just in case. Where? Cool. Save. Let's go! Faith, that's awesome. Do you guys live, like, far away from each other? Ooh, I want to bring torch. Jasper, no! Hi, Gluxy! I hope you have an even better day. Aw, Jasper, you're cute! Good boy, Jojo. Thanks, Gluxy. Know you. Yes, how far away does your friend live? Like states away? 5% brat? No, I know that's a lie. I'm joking. The killer left? They left Q? Damn, pizza rolls are done or something. Came in. You could do it again. Reroll. Yum. What was it saying? Como se dice? How cute? Oh, thank you, Jojo. Good boy. And then I have my my dog back there. That's Boo. Boo is so cute. And they right, Drax, so it makes me think it's like their pizza rolls are done or something. I did for pizza rolls, guys. Best pizza rolls go. Oh, see, came in much better. Was it cheese, sausage, pepperoni, or combination? I'm a big combination fan. Love a big combo. I haven't had pizza rolls in a minute, though. I think there's other flavors, too, but those are the only ones that I know. There's probably a jalapeno flavored one, no? Hui! Carry on. Combo. What the hell's a pizza roll? Ah, that's right. You're not a fat American like me. I'm joking. But, hello, anniversary crown. Oh, onion, I mean. Who's that? Is that Oni? I think it's Oni. Pizza roll is, so, do you know what a Hot Pocket is? Like a Hot Pocket. Pizza rolls are like a mini version of that. That's filled with usually like pizza sauce, cheese, or some sort of like meat if you get the meat ones. And they're just so good. You eat like 40 of them at one sitting, and you have to eat them like this. Because like you eat them and like your mouth is still on fire when you're eating them. So you have to eat it You have to eat it like with your mouth somewhat open. You know what I mean? It's not going well. Oh. Can she get a flashlight save? Yes! I'll take it. Perfect. That sounds... They're so good. Well, they're so bad for you, though. But I don't care. I'm a fat American. I'm here for a good time, not a long time. Hi, Loki. Hi, Kai Mouse. Oh, my God. The emote is so cute. Stop. Oh, my God. Loki. Mwah. Think about the forehead kissing. It's so unfair, man. Have you ever been to the Americas? And then follow-up question, if you've never been... Do you ever, like, want to go? I know it's, like, a scary question to ask right now because, you know, it's America. Everyone's trying to leave. But I know a lot of people do tend to make trips to America. Is that something that's, like, on your agenda? Totally understand if not. But Loki, hi! Everyone say hello to Salted Loki, or not. Or not, or you get banned. Also, I just realized that they said that their game's on, or their stream's on mute. Hello! My boyfriend has been like 5 times, for business or pleasure. Gamer, I think we should go. I gotta go. Because he's gonna hit that gen or something. Shite. Yeah. Getting revealed was not in my best interest. Ooh, but the Leon's there. That Leon is 100% getting that, that palette stud. Really? And I've gotten a 6K? Hell fudging yeah. I've never really paid Spirit too much before. When they were younger, so he's made a lot of American foods from scratch. No way! And every time it was fire pizza rolls included. They've made pizza rolls from... They've made pizza rolls from scratch? I don't even know how to do that. That's dope. Thank you, love. I want pizza rolls. I want pizza rolls now, too. I have a feeling we're not going to be surviving this. I don't even know who the other killer is. I just know it's just the Oni, and I've been getting curb stomped by him. But I did get... Oh! Who is that? That was either a Spirit or a Legion, I think. Je ne sais pas. Yo no sé. Okay. Okay, so, like, probably better. Oops. Oh, Oni shit. You guys are not allowed to be funnier than me. That's really funny. Oops, I'll Oni. That sounds amazing, Gremlins. Also, do you prefer Ghost Gremlins, or do you want your full government name Ghost Gremlins? I will do whatever your preference is. Oops, I'll Oni is so funny. Oops, all berries. A key. Yo, you got any more of those green tonics? Yo, you guys got any more of those green tonics? Oh my god, we're dying. Gremlins is fine. Slay. Perfect. This guy's name is Horchata. Now I want an Horchata. You know what? Even if we die, I think it's a win because I got a pallet stun. And a win is a win. Right, guys? Hello, love. Hello, Carlos. You are a very handsome man. Yes, let me shove my penis into your face while I cradle you with my thighs. Oh, hello, love. I've always called Oni Daddy Bam Bam. Daddy Bam Bam. Alright. Respect? Huh? Do you not see how it's like, you know how like people smash watermelons with their thighs? That's what I was doing with Carlos's brain. You know what I mean? Ah, shite. So who is the other killer? Oh, it's still Leone. Stop. He said, there's better fish to fry. Okay. Danger Dan! Mwah. Think of the before I kiss you. Oh. Wow! It is a spirit. Okay. It says a Rin. Little family reunion action. That's right. I'm gonna run right towards Spade. Spade's gonna get hooked. And I help. Holy. Holy pre-drop, am I right? Oh, the skin sounds so weird. And by weird, I mean creepy. Yo, Oni, don't help, okay? Oni, no helpies. Oh, I was like, I can't tell if she's phasing or not. She's sweating. Yeah, break that door. Tomi? Is that okay? That's this is the Junjo Ito, or something. That's the artist or something, right? I'm just really bad with names. Spy. Is it Spy or Spee? Or Spit? Junji Ito. Okay, I have the twins skin of it, of them, that artist. Spee. I like that. Spee. I'm nervous. I don't know what to do. Where to go? I'm also high-key, low-key looking for those Tonex, you know what I'm saying? Ooh. And hopefully someone finds Horchata. And Horchata gets hooked. Oh no, there's still 11 too. Oh, she gets a flashlight save? She gets a flashlight save? She gets a flashlight save? She gets a flashlight save, don't worry. Oh, whoa! Oh. I really want to help you, Nancy. Nancy, I'm here for you. Trust me, I'm not going to chase you through the end of the earth. Whoa! Just to miss a flashlight save. I might miss it now. Yeah, see... Liking barracking. Now, what's the over-under of this 11 being in a locker or not? What's the over-under? I do think I want to die for the... Oh, my god, the 11's right there. I thought she would be in a locker. She's not. That's fine. That's fine. I'll run them away. Okay. Whoa! Damn. I was really hoping she'd hit the wood. Damn. I ran right into Tomi. Damn. 11 gets hatch. What are the odds that 11 saves me? 11. Oh. Oh, I believe. Oh, man. Oh, no, because they're gonna slug. Ooh, but if they slug for the 8K. Nah. Okay. 11 lives. 11's gonna take this out. I probably would too. 11's gonna take this out. Because hatches are gonna open now. What is she doing? Oh, I was like... It looked like she was opening a chest or something. It's like, were you crazy? Oh, they found a hatch. Oh, it's not looking good for us, love. Oh, no way. Get hatched, Sweet Pea. Oh, don't get me. Oh my god, they found all the hatches. Oh, 11. You should have taken the hatch. Oh, she found a key! Get out, get out, get out, get out. No way! I'm so gassed for her. Yo, GG's 11. GG's. Nancy, I'm sorry I couldn't save you. GG's. That was awesome. She found a key. That's what she was doing. Jordan! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. That was, exhilarating. And we got a pallet stun. Save. Does anybody want to join? We got a couple minutes before an ad starts, so anybody want to join? We are doing open Labersons, and I kind of want to pee. We did just hit on the nose 2 hours into stream, so it's kind of par for the course for me. Do you guys mind if I go pee? If I do pee, I won't be able to accept anybody to get into the game because I'll be AFK. But I'll give you guys time to load up if you guys want. Maybe say hi. Say hi, Kai. Okay. You're so cute. All right. I'm gonna go pee. In the meantime, guys, get some snacks. Get some bevs. Stretch. I'll be back. I'm gonna go Pith Girl. Yeah, he's on me.
You're dead, though.
You're dead! You guys are assuming I'm gonna get caught.
You right? You right?
Zerbs has me. Or J-Bug's coming. Both of them! We might have to run. Oh! Let's go! I take the hit. W. But she might. Okay. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna run right to the boon. Methinks. Okay, she hits the gen. I do have Rosil. Ah, no, we gotta go. Alright, he's checking there. Oh, there she is. Oh, J-Bug with the big body blocks. There we go. Medium vault, that's fine. I don't need it. Nice. Yo, J-Bug with the big body blocks. Yo, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. Whew. Let's go! Honestly, this boon is so great. Your boon is so good. Oh god, Circle Pin is just so good.
Thank you. Too bad they're banned during the tourney.
Yeah. It's just like that aura reading, or just like knowing that someone's there is so good. Oh. Ay. That's alright. She's gotta break that pallet. Yeah. Blame it on the ADD, maybe. Also, Jasper was racing me. He tried to race me up and down the stairs. Alright? Wait for me, I have little legs. Don't worry, I just washed my hands. Don't worry. But my hands are a little wet. Now there's fur all over them. You know what? I'm gonna try Escapist again. It's like, God, I do love the little sprint burst. Oh yeah, that's Boo. In his little... Boo in his Boo beanbag chair. Funny enough, he was named Boo when I adopted him, and I've had that beanbag chair for like 8 or 9 years. So, it just, maybe even 10 years. When did ThinkGeek go out of business? Oh, 2019. No, I got it way before 2019. Maybe 2018 is when I got it? It's like 8 years ago then. Time is weird. Holy shite. It was well before pre-COVID. Huh. Yeah, I got it on sale. And it was sitting in my storage unit for a very long time. But that's Boo. Boo turns 4 next month. Can you believe it? I'm still stuck in the 2010s. I feel like that's a good place to be stuck in, no? A Drapion. Somehow. Oh, it's mine and Bravo Paragon's song. In your head. I got a question for you. What's up, loyal son of Ultramar? What can I do for you, love bug? Oh, give me Thompson House or give me death. Let me hold a killer for the love of God. This game's no fun if you can't hold killers. Oh, I love a slay little hole. You know what I mean? And know what I'm saying? Yes, loyal, I am. I believe I have it pre-ordered. Yeah. I'm so excited for it, loyal son. What about you? Ah, another Oni. Hello, lovely. Okay, bye. Stellar Bear! Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh, please tell me you meant 2010s. I was like, okay. I can't get used to my boyfriend's keyboard. Wait, what kind of keyboard is it? Is it like a clicky clacky? I'm going to, of course, hell yeah. Also, Stellar Bear, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Shut up, loyal. Loyal, that's huge. That's actually like Omega huge. That's awesome. I didn't know that. That's awesome. How's the games been? They've been really fun. Super fun. We actually just had a crazy last game where it was an Oni spirit and the Oni was like straight murdering, wrecking all of us. Oh, 7 of us died. 1 person escaped. And the only reason why this last person escaped was because they found a key right at the end of the game. They found a key. All the hatches were closed. All of them were locked. And they used a key to escape. Oh, it was amazing. It was beautiful. I sat on hook and watched the whole thing. She may have fucked up. Oh, I did fuck up quite a bit, didn't I? Oh, love, 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 love! Oh, she's so bad at this video game. I know, I know. Oh, I'm getting 3 hit downs. Wow. That was really bad. Oh, Fungmin. Oh, that's right. Oh, love. My eye! Honestly, I appreciate the effort, though. I appreciate the hustle. It was really fun. It was just really like, oh, and I did get a pallet stun save, so. We may have, like, pretty much all died, but a win is a win for me. How have you been, Stellar? They brought back shut the front door, loyal son. Oh. Oh, okay, so, Brett, is it, like, a really, like, are the keys, like, really, like, low to the floor? You know what I mean? Or are they, okay, so what happened there? What? Or are they, like, more higher? Why, Sheboygan? What is happening? Oh, I'm not going to that box. I'll tell you what, Bobby. Playing DVD and Phasmo. Oh my god, see, Rootsy, I think, is playing some Phasmo. I don't have it installed right now, though. Guys, go away. Go away. Oh, and there he is. Oh. Oh, I was exhausted. Woo! I was like, why am I not sprinting? What? Why was I exhausted? I don't know. I don't remember being exhausted, but I'm exhausted. Hamiski. Oof. You get that, gamer. You get that. Alright, I'm not exhausted anymore. So now we run away. Now we run. Oi, Jamoy. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. That is the worst palette. I'm gonna go somewhere else. Why does he want me so bad? What did I do? What did I do? Nemesis. Help. What did I do? What? Oh, we both have a crazy pain. That's right. I do! Exclamation point Discord for info on it, but it's a channel point. The channel point is 1,000 channel points to redeem, and you get refunded it. But it's the reason why it's behind a channel point is because it has made the server 110% safer. Like, we haven't had any, like, weirdos or, like, weird, like, hate ratey things ever since we did that. Okay, I was about to say, I'm thinking got a crush on me, but no, I think we're good. He went for the Feng Min instead. These guys are really good. Hui! She's really good. Oh. Where's that zombie? I hear you. Oh, there he is. Whew! Holy stressy spaghetti. Is anyone else going to the Target Pokemon thing tomorrow? The Target Pokemon thing tomorrow? I'm so excited. Also, hit him hard. What? Thank you so much for the gifted sub. That is so sweet of you. Thank you for giving sub to Chrissy. Chrissy, enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. And hit him hard. What the heck? That is really, really nice. That is so heckin' nice of you. Makes me hungry. I actually avoid the food page. Until someone tells me to go look at it, I avoid it. Because I get so hungry. Everyone has the best stuff. How the game devs created the Xenobites to the game, and Weld OG himself is talking about his time as Pinhead. Like, if there's like an interview, you're heckin' awesome. Hit him hard. Literally, Naruto. What do you guys got planned for the weekend? I'm sorry, I cannot stop talking about the Pokemon thing tomorrow. I'm seriously so excited about the Pokemon thing tomorrow. Do I stay in the gen or do I save them? I'm the only one. Oh no, they're on a gen too. I kind of want to stay in the gen, you know? I feel like they'll get unhooked. I think I should stay on the gen. I don't know. I'm gonna stay on this gen because I think I could finish this gen and go and unhook them with my sprint burst. I think I could do both. Yes. Okay. Nice sprint burst. All right. I think that helped a lot. 30 years. 30 years of awesomeness. That's so cool. Yeah, like, why would you let that legacy, like, die, right? Oh, they had a heal thing. Nice. Oh, come for me. Yes. Oh, wait, don't come for me. Oh, my God. That was lucky. I was really lucky. I don't know how he didn't see me, but I'll take it. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm so sorry, love. I think the Yui was right there healing or something. Shoot. Oh, love bug. I did not know you were there. All right, so we need one more gen. I hear them. Why? Worth it. Worth it. Worth it. Oh, so slow. Damn. That was good. That was really good. I got max chase, though. What? I'll take it. Oh, but if I get hooked, Spades and Feng Min have a chance for Hatch. Joker! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 KC. Also, thank you for the 5 stream streak. Thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. How have you been? I've been doing really well. I'm doing pretty good. You're gonna get Maureen! Good Maury! Good Maury! We get the kitty cats! Oh, kitty, 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 kitty. Stars! I wanted the kitty cats. I think Spades is talking about Psychotic, not J-Bucks. GG's. Did I say GG's yet? I don't remember. GG's! Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. Welcome in. How have you been? Hit 'em hard. Joker, how are you? Oh yeah, loyal son. There's no way it wouldn't not me. Because I mean, DBD is playable. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is playable. Friday the 13th was playable or is playable. Was. On my way? Oh, get in here. How was dinner? Ghost Gremlins, right? Oh, Spades. What game was it? Oh, with the Chucky earlier. My internet was so bad. Oh, I clipped it too. It was so funny. I threw the pallet, stood there for a second to see like where he would go, and he hit me after I was stood there for. Oh, such a funny clip. I cannot wait to look at it. 600 ping. Oh, I wasn't that bad. Oh no. Oh, it's gross. I've only seen the first Hellraiser movie out of all the Hellraiser movies. We did it when the Pinhead chapter was being released. We did a watch party in the Discord for the first Hellraiser movie, and I told myself never again because I remember I was eating lasagna. And I never really lose an appetite because I love food and I love food so much. I never lose my appetite. I lost my appetite watching that movie. It's so gross. So have fun. It's just ugh, gross. I do want to watch the other ones, just not while eating. You haven't seen the remake? I've only seen the first one, and that's it. That's it. I've only ever seen the first Evil Dead 2, and that one, hands down, is the worst movie in the God's green earth that I've ever seen. I still want to watch the other Evil Dead movies, but the first Evil Dead is the worst movie I've, hands down, ever seen in my entire life. It is an ear fuck and an eye fuck. The remake is very good. Yeah, I've only seen the OG one. I love it. Honestly, the first Evil Dead wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't the incessant screaming in my ears. Like, if I watched that movie on mute, I think it would have been better. Yeah. Guys, I want to play Gabriel. Do you mind? Yeah, we're gonna Gabriel it up. Oh! You take my breath away. Kels, you stop that right now. Kels, how are you feeling? What do you mean you can't breathe? Is it the same issues as before? Oh, in the remake, Loyal? I didn't know that. Well, who don't love a double fuck? Oi, double fuck. I got you, loyal son. Devour everything that you are. I'm gonna send you a linky on Twitch Whispers. My requests are bugged. Can I have a mod refund that Discord invite, por favor? My things are bugged. Oh, what the heck? There we go. Okay. Let me know if that works. Help! My request key was bugged. I'm sure if I refresh, it'll be fine, but. Got it? Thank you, sweetheart. What's up, Zombie? Zombie, I had 3. And my brother's taking one. Because I have double. So this is the one I'm giving to my brother because he doesn't have it yet and I already had it. And then I've already have these 2. But these are 3 pulls that we got. So we got Spupa, Mega Zygarde EX, and Salazzle EX. So it worked! Yippee! Cool, thank you. Oh shit, we're in a game. Also, hi, Zombie! Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Oh, Canary. I thought we had something special, but no. I was mistaken. I will absolutely get a Nancy game for you. Oh, there should be a gaming general. Yeah, gaming general should work, I think. Ugh, Zombie, no you. Zombie, I hope you had the best stream ever. A Wraith. Oh. Wraith and Nemi, okay. Oh my god, I thought these people were just standing there menacingly. But there's their, but oh, is that a special one? Oh, you can have that. You can have that. What if I just stood here like this? Do you think you'll notice? Oh god, I'm scared. Ah! Oh, but what if he was looking at me? I would have done it. I would have risked it all. There's so many sounds going on in my brain right now. No! How did you do that? How did you do that? She's a wizard, Harry. Oh, I got a speed boost. Someone gave me a speed boost. You're waiting for your zombie to get me. I know the tricks. I've seen them. I've done them before. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Stop that. Nemesis, stop that. Stop it! Oh my god, you're so smart. Oh, I hate when things know a thing or two about a thing or two. Stop! Oh! If you got that, I would have cried. Again. For the 3rd time tonight. I'm joking. Okay, there was a heal thing over here. Where is it? I saw it. I saw it with my eyes. With my eyeballs. Really? So, do you want Nancy or do you want Robin? Nancy, right? Nancy! Ooh, that was so nerve-wracking. What's up, Xylon? You had that interview today. Did absolutely... Oh, no. You're gonna think that, right? We're all on worst critics. My hourly currently was at the competition. Afterwards, he looked at the other manager, said, I say we play ball, and then we got a sword. Everything! I would bring all my knowledge about packaging to their new brand department if I get the offer. When do you know, Xylon? Oh, I hope you get it. Oh, I hope you get it. Yes! Loyal, I can't wait to see it. Thank you so much. Also, Drax, thank you very much for the sound alert that scared the French toast out of me. But, to the shock of nobody, Pixel got scared. Bye. Reveal me all you want, gamer. I'm leaving. Oh, I can't use that yet. Oh, I gotta run away from that. Oh, hello, Wraith. I see you, love bug. Thought they had it. Yeah, it gets you even if you're not playing. It scares the hecky out of you. 1 to 2 weeks. Oh, it's gonna be so torture. Oh, Xylon, I hope you hear ASAP, and I hope it's a good offer. I wish all the best for you. Ruh-roh, Raggy. I'm just gonna keep running. She's gonna keep running. She's gonna hold W. She's gonna hold W. She's gonna hold W. I like these rocks. These rocks make me happy. Nope. Alright. What? Came out of nowhere. I'm so nervous. So nervous this round. So nervous. It's these wraiths, man. These wraiths. Would you like me to post the gameplay video? Yeah, do it. Yeah. Don't ever feel like you're spamming the Discord, guys. Just so anyone knows. If you want to post all of your animals, if you want to post like your Pokemon card collection, Here, come with me. Come with me if you want to live. Come here. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? Oh, who's the best girl ever? Yeah. Got the ass. But yeah, feel free to post whatever you like. I thought I would ask because some consider that a spoiler. Well, I mean, it's just a video. I mean, if you can add a spoiler to it if you want, the Discord spoiler if you want. But with that, it's like people would have to manually click on the, because I imagine it's a YouTube video, right? People would have to click on the video and click the link, and usually there's a title that says, "Oh, this is Hellraiser gameplay." Like, if you don't want to see it, don't click on it, right? It's time for me to start a Pokemon card collection. Gremlins, I am going to take this moment and tell you that it is time to collect Pokemon cards. I've spent too much money on Pokemon cards. I have too. I have spent money that I... Oh, thank God. I've spent money that I don't have. And that's how Pixel gets in credit card debt. Alright, what are we doing? My left ear is so ear-fucked right now. That was just so loud. Yeah, I opened up a thing of Perfect Order earlier, Gremlins. Perfect Order ETB. Because that is like the only set that people can get their, normal people can get their hands on. Because all the scalpers get everything else, and no one wants Perfect Order because there's no, like, good chase cards in the set. But in my humblest opinion, it has Clefairy and Clefable, so it has some of the best cards in the entire world. He did see me, right? He did see me. I'm running right towards a hook. Shite. Sorry. I'm sorry, person who's on a hook, but I didn't know there's anywhere else to go. Wow! Who put that there? What? There's no pallets. Oh, I should have ran backwards because at least I knew that I had that one pallet there. My bad. My bad. Gremlins, I totally agree. But yeah, it's Clefairy and Clefable are like my favorite Pokemons ever. And I pulled a Clefairy illustrated rare earlier today. I should go and grab it, but I already put it in my Clefairy binder. Holy shite, I got something in my business email that wasn't spam. What the fudge? Something in my business email that's not spam? Or a graphics artist? Or someone who wants to clip all my stuff on YouTube or something? Loyal! Mwah. Think about the forehead kissy. I thought this game was you being hunted by one killer. Oh yeah, Dale! So this is the 2v8 game mode. And 2v8 game mode is, 2 killers versus 8 survivors. It is ADHD chaos in one beautiful bundled wrapper, and it's my favorite. I love it so much. Nothing makes me happier than a slutty little 2v8 action. And you get so many blood points too, because there's usually like some sort of like survivor bonus for playing in the 2v8. Alright. I either want to heal him or give him that tonic. I actually want to go see if that one tonic is still there. Whoop. That, like, cage tonic. I doubt it, but I want to check. Yeah, you know what? And that's just the risk it's gonna have to, people are gonna have to take. You know what? If it gets abandoned, it gets abandoned. I really hope it doesn't, but we'll see. Where was that one tonic? Which was somewhere over here, no? Oh, don't I take a hit for you? Oh, I tried. I tried. I tried, love bug. Forgive me, Sable! No way. No! Oh! Oh, you're so lucky that I ran out of battery, because that would have been such a good clip. But I'm really glad that Spades committed. That would have been such a good clip, but I ran out of battery. Oh, that's right. Oh, that's right, Gremlins. Wait, the DVD anniversary? Oh, that poor Wraith just got back-to-backed. Ooh, Commodious. I'll take that. Where was that one Tonek? I don't think it's here. I don't even remember what it was. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages. Oh, exact same. Same Canary. I got lucky getting some online and then some at my local grocery store, and that was it. Gotcha. Okay, Gremlins. So, fun fact, I love the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game so much. It is my most watched stuff that I watch on YouTube. Oh. I don't have a flashbang, so I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, it's like the most watched thing I watch. I watch TCM gameplay every single day. I watch it to go to sleep. No joke. Like, I don't know if there's a way that I could check my YouTube history to show you guys how many videos I've watched of just TCM. I love it. Why are we running? Ooh! Oh, I'm almost at a flashbang. I kind of want to, like, stay around Yunjin just in case, you know? You didn't see me. He saw me. What do you mean? What do you mean he saw me? I really want it! I really, really want it! I really... Oh, but maybe she can get herself up with her ability. No, it's too... She's... Ooh. Maybe she could still get up with her ability. Yes! She got up with her ability! As far as I'm concerned, a save is a save. You filter your watch history by TCM. Honestly, Zemis, I bet if I just looked at my... Uh-huh. You like that? Protect me! Thanks, guys. I bet if I just looked at my YouTube history, you would just see it's just all TCM. I'll pull it up and I'll see what it is. It's bad. It's all TCM. My mom occasionally finds me and says, "Whoa, really? W mom." Thanks that for me, and I love that one with my whole heart. Oh my god. I should tell my dad to keep an eye out because he goes grocery shopping sometimes. No. Damn. Okay, actually, I shouldn't be this close to the killer because I'm on death hook. Ah, fudge. Yep, there it is. Yep. I don't know where he is. I don't know where the doors are either. Oh, they're standing over here menacingly? Okay. I'm not going over there. That sounds like both killers are over there. I'm good. I choose life. There's a door over here. Oh, someone just got saved. The Yunjin got saved. Again, no way. Oh, I think I just saw spades to my right. I think there's a... Oh, there is a door over here. Does she escape? Yes, she does! Go! Enjoy your Hellraiser, loyal son. I hope you have the best time. Thank you very much for stopping by. Thank you very much for dropping all that stuff in the Discord. I can't wait to watch it later. GG! Sounds a fun game. Scary as hell. Feel bad for that Wraith. GG's. Alright, let me see my YouTube history. Oh, my YouTube video is uploaded. Beep, 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 beep. So, YouTube video of my first time playthrough, part 1 of Claire Obscure Expedition 33 is up for members right now, but will be uploaded for everybody tomorrow. Oh, history. That's what I was looking for. The spread of her wings. History. Oh, okay. We're gonna out herself. We're outing herself. Oh, wrong scene. I watch this stuff all day, every day. TCM. My watch history. This is today. I literally, yesterday. Oh, this is me responding to a comment. Yesterday. You thought I was joking. Wednesday. Tuesday. Every single video is from TCM. I put this on my TV. I watch it Monday. I put this on my TV. I watch it while I'm working out. I watch it while I'm editing. I watch it Saturday. You thought I was joking. Oh, and then here's a token Snamwiches video. I don't think I finished it though. No. I started watching it and I was like, wait, I want to go back to TCM. I remember that. So yeah, that's my my YouTube history. It's all TCM. I'm just obsessed with that game. I haven't really played it. I don't really play it, but I want to play it so badly. I know Rootsy said that she would play it with me, but that was a while ago. It's giving slight addiction. It's my favorite thing to watch in my background noise. Ghoulishly. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. I've never. So, Loyal Son, I don't know if you're still here, but I've never seen the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre movie, but they did send it to me. When TCM first came out, they sent creators like a hoodie, like some popcorn, which was delicious by the way, and they sent us a movie. I don't know which movie this is, but it is a Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's still sealed, like it's still in its condom, and I've never seen it, but I've heard that the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies are like they're disgusting. This is the first one. Okay, I've heard it's bad, like not bad, but like I heard it's like yikes, you know. So, and I have the letter that they sent to creators too, little Bubba action. Seasons Bleedings, and it's signed from a bunch of people at Gun. Much gore, very gross. Okay, so yeah, that's what I heard, Ghoulishly. Also, Ghoulishly, I hope you're doing so good. Sending you lots of lovies. Lots of big lovies. And then this one has my address on it. But this is from Hooked on You! And this one was when they sent creators all of the Hooked on You killer postcards. They're so cute. I know. And I still have the hoodie from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre too. Almost showed the address. Technically, it's on my old house, but still. It's so cute. Almost as cute as you are. Oh my god. Oh, this little fuzz. This little fuzz. See that? Just scared the fudge out of me because I thought that was a spider. Did you see? Nancy! Oh, thank you. What would I do without you? Enjoy your lurky turkey! Or, sorry. I read later as lurk. Because I don't know how to read. Bye, guys! Have a good night. Hi, Pop-Tart. Nancy. Alright. Don't we have some, cute skins for her, too? Okay, that's Robin. Should we do basic batch? Or should we do Bob? Broccoli head. Let's do broccoli head. Broccoli head's kind of fun, no? Shit. Should I do medic? There's no medics. Let's do medic. Nancy seems like a medic kind of gal. A little broccoli head action. They use actual corpses during filming. Ew! Oh. Holy. I'm black. And, wait, with a blood and gin? Is gin your favorite liqueur, Alice? Oh, at the Mortal Kombat movie. Hold on. Let me pick. Oh, Jasper hair everywhere. At the Mortal Kombat movie, they offered us some free bevs. And my brother and I both got the same one. And the other one that we didn't get had gin in it, and we didn't coordinate very well. Okay, so the cocktails that my brother and I got, we got the Finish Him with Cuervo, traditional Blanco tequila, strawberry with pineapple and lime, but there was also the Earth Realm Champion, which I kind of wish I got, which is Aviation Gin, which I'm pretty sure Aviation Gin is the... What actor has that? Deadpool, right? Whatever his name is. Raspberry and lemon. What's the guy who plays Deadpool? What's his name?
Something's out there.
Nurse! Damn it. I was gonna take a screenshot. Ryan Reynolds, thank you. I'm so bad at names, guys. A 7-Up? Wait, Ghost came out. Wait, Ghost as in the energy drink Ghost? I've had Ghost energy drinks before. They're really good. I do prefer G Fuel, obviously. But I did have Ghost and it was really good. I had, what flavor did I have of theirs? I think it was like an orange creamsicle one. It was really good. Yeah, I love Ghost. What is your favorite flavor? Also, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble with G Fuel. I am going to do this. Just because I do love G Fuel! G Fuel's my favorite, and I'm not saying this just because I'm sponsored. I'm saying that because, on God, because my old G Fuel partner manager is actually a partner manager for Ghost. And so, if Ghost is my favorite, I would just hit him up. I do enjoy it. Oh, Swedish Fish! That's the one that I had. I had Swedish Fish. That one was so good. Oh my god. Raspberry cream. That sounds good. I think I've only had the Swedish Fish one. Just because, like, you know how I am? It's like, I want to try every energy drink that's out there because I want to know, like, why I prefer G Fuel. And that's always how I've been. Like, I've tried Advanced GG, I've tried Gamer Subs, I've tried Rogue, I've tried... What's that name that What's His Fuck was partnered with? Sneak! I've tried Sneak. The only other ones that I really liked were... Rogue was decent. Rogue was pretty decent. And Gamer Stuff was pretty good too. Yeah, Sneak. Fuck Sneak. Sneak was okay. I would not spend my money on that again. Because I did buy that to support my friend back in the day. Ugh. Alright, wait a minute, right? Oh, we have another... I thought it was the only medic! Double medics! Yeah, sure. Rogue was good. Rogue, they just sent me a bunch of stuff for free. And I was like, alright. Twist my arm. Advanced GG I won from a friend's giveaway. And that one, I will never drink Advanced GG again. That one, it gave me, like... And everyone's different. Everybody's body is different, so everyone reacts differently to different, like... Because each brand has, like, different levels of caffeine in their drinks. And each brand has, like, different ingredients, too. And the ingredients in... Wait! Damn. The different ingredients in Advanced GG gave me some of the worst panic attacks I've ever had. And I tried it on 3 different occasions with, like, eating different things just like to see, and it was awful. It tasted great, not worth the horrible. Oh, look, it's a Steven! Hi, Steven, I love you. Mid, yeah, I tried Gamer Subs and Adventure Game, both of them. They made me really anxious. Yeah, like I already have social. Yeah. So I haven't had that with Gamer Subs, luckily, but I did have that with Adventure Game. It was awful. The flavor tasted good. I think because I won it from a friend's giveaway. She had like just got sponsored by Advanced GG, and so she was doing like sponsored giveaways. And I was like, well, I've never tried it. Let me enter it because I'm broke. I'm not gonna spend my money on it. But if I win a giveaway, I'll do it. And I did. And I tried it, and now I know why I love G Fuel. Oh, can't hide there now. I've been revealed. Wait! Sorry, I was reading chat. I was reading something about anxiety. Oh! That was some weird lag, but it actually kind of worked out. That was scary. Yeah, Bad Boon. I have diagnosed anxiety, ADHD, and autism. The AAA threat, as it were. Oh, you are being chased. I was gonna ask for heals. You're good. Oh, maybe I could find a little healing tonic or something. You know what I'm saying? Little healy bed, little healy drinky drink. Rootsy, are you still playing Killer? You don't have to. If you are playing Killer, I'm gonna ask you a question. You can say no, and you'll be okay. Would you want to play Survivor with us? It's okay if not. I was considering moving to Claire Obscure after this. Yes. Okay, never mind. All right, what if we just do open lobbies today, and we'll do Claire Obscure tomorrow. And I steal from them. What's your favorite G Fuel that you've had, Canary? Do it. All right, cool. So we'll do Claire Obscure tomorrow. So I was gonna double it. I was gonna do half DBD, half. Oh, thank you. I was gonna do half DBD, half Claire Obscure, but now I'm thinking I might just do DBD today, Claire Obscure tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna do Monday. Monday, I'll probably do a heavy Gunner stream where I talk about a bunch of glasses stuff on Monday for the first 2 hours, and then maybe some more Claire Obscure or DBD. I'll have you guys vote. You guys can vote for what we do on Monday, because I'm gonna do probably just chatting and then talk about Gunner for the first 2 hours for the sponsor Gunner segment on Monday, and then either Wednesday or Friday will be a long stream. Whoa. And we'll do the giveaways for the Attack on Titan. Yeah, we'll do the giveaways for the Attack on Titan. We have, remember, we have 10 Attack on Titan cosmetic codes to give away, thanks to Dead by Daylight. Oh my god, yes, I know exactly that flavor. Yes, ma'am. Human centipede. Also, Spades tanked that hit for me. W. Oh, someone dead. Do they have a flashlight? Oh, an item. I'll take a Commodious. No, they don't. Ooh, maybe one day they'll bring it back, though. Oh, a medkit! Wunderbar. Shut up. Did you just make that, or was that always one? I'm gagged. Trippa. Ooh, baby, a triple. Damn, pick a struggle, ma. Oh my god. One of the best things that's ever been said to me. Pick a struggle. Is that why you said hang on? That's so funny. Shut the... That's why you said hang on. I thought you said hang on because you were getting to a game. That's so funny. Oh my god. Yes! Miami Nights. Miami Nights is such a good flavor. So I finally sent out Salted Loki's Pokemon painting from like 6 months ago. And I could say this because they're not here right now because I know they're busy. I added some G Fuel tubs in their package because, you know, they deserve it. And because I can. I don't think I had Miami Nights in there though. I think I had a mini. It was either between a mini tub or a big tub because I think I had a mini tub. I have a mini tub of Miami Nights, but I think I gave them hype sauce instead. Eclipsed. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Eclipsed. I hope you're doing so good. 331 kissies. Sweat. Lovingly though. Yeah, Miami Nights is such a good flavor.
X0 Ryok kisses, X0 Ryok kisses, X0
Is that the
Ryok
LOML?
kisses.
Love of my life, Oreo cakes. Yeah, I'll follow you to the ends of the world. Or maybe not. Oh. I'm sorry, I can't finish the seal. We keep getting chased. I'm trying! I'm trying to heal you, Angel! I'm trying! Oreo, thank you for the 22 months! Enjoy your 90 downtown. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and get so badge. Everyone go tell Oreo how hot and tall and talented and handsome she is. Oh, fuck. Sorry, I got stressed. Oh, yeah! Oh my god, I saw your outfit on Twitter or Instagram. I don't know. I probably saw it on both, and I liked both of them. Because every time I see Oreo post. No. Every time I see Oreo post, you like that shit. You double tap that shit. Woof. I hope you're having the best day today. Wait! Sorry. I gotta stop looking at my phone. I have chat on my phone. What? No. I have chat on my phone because I can't see my chat. And so that's why I'm like looking down. Stop. No, get down. Yeah, it's Jasper. He's been a little shy. He's trying to jump on my desk. Being naughty boy. Another one soon? Oh. I thought that was it. Hi, Pinky. God, the emote was so good. Jasper naughty always. Eclipse, how are you doing? Adri. Mwah. The girl with the forehead kissy. Oh, sorry. That was like really intimate. I'm so sorry. Winchester, you were the other Ada. I was looking for a Felix this whole time. Do I have this? Oh, I do. Okay, good. Exhausted, but otherwise good. Okay, good. I'm glad that you're... Okay. Why are these highlighted? Can I, like, rummage? The medic class can rummage? It shows you how often I play medic. What the fudgies? Also, I have no clue where any non-done gen... Oh! Sheep. Sorry, hit my mouse. I found one! I was like, I'm trying to look for a gen. Eclipse, what's tomorrow? It's okay, I love it. Good. It means the chest was open with a key. Oh, so I didn't do it. Oh, I see. So here I am thinking that I can rummage because I'm cool. I forgot. Oh, Dungeons and Dragons! Tomorrow is indeed Saturday. You are correct, sir. I am excited for Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, the gens are done! Yep, cheerio. I want a key. Oh! I will protect you with my life. Unless it's an Oni, then we're gonna get fucked. Since I was renamed by the oh! I saw a photo the other day. Wait. With Alice with the big booty? I did that? Oh. Go ahead and Morium. Oh, okay. So it's almost been a year since you've had this name. Is that what you're saying? Ah. Spades, what would I do without you? Doing me heck and teach. Hey, GG's. W Nancy game. Yeah, Alice in Wonderland. GG. Mackie's girlfriend. Not bad for a Broccoli Nancy game. Seriously? Yeah, seriously. Should we Sasha? Okay. Horchata Slut has entered the chat. So many cool D&D character ideas, but I can't play D&D because I got no friends to play with. We've been playing with the mods, this group, for almost like 2 years now. How long has it been, Eclipsed? It feels like it's been 2 years. Definitely over a year. Definitely over a year. But I'm actually like impressed that we've all been playing together this entire time. Taco Bell, yum yum. Oh, now I want Taco Bell. What's my character? So this is my first campaign ever that we've been doing for. I'm gonna say almost 2 years. I'm just gonna say almost 2 years. Also, thank you for the mod love. I am a tiefling druid. Because that was my first character in Baldur's Gate 3. Tiefling druid. No, I was a drow druid. So I'm a tiefling druid. Circle of the Land druid. Almost exactly 2 years. See, that's crazy. Eclipse, this is like the longest follow streak you've had in a long time. Well, on the wrong side of heaven. I want Taco Bell now. Oh, error. Error. Guys, I did not take a shot for Brad. For Brad's gifted sub earlier. For the 5 gifted earlier. It may have to be tomorrow. Any day is a good day for the bell. Bong! I should add that to the my soundboard. Bong! Really? Damn, Alice. Damn! Oh, Rootsy, I'm down to do another D&D session. I have a whole name and character and everything prepared. I'm just not gonna tell anyone about it because I'm shy. I'm shy. I bet Kyle. Well, I don't want to add a Kyle's plate. You have another character? I learned literally nothing about it. I think that's why it would be so perfect because I literally only know what we've done in this one singular campaign. And should we do mod group part 2? Oh my god, Alice, that'd be so fun. Bong. Wait, it should be exclamation point Alice. That'd be so much fun. What's a bounce on it platonically? Oh my god, and that emote too. Oh my god! Can I join? Yeah, we'll get you next game, baby. We're doing open lobbies today. The Taco Bell is in fact not here yet. What did you get? Let me live vicariously through you. How do you want me to send it? Oh, the bong? I got it. I'll find it. Oh, it'd probably just be with the mods, though. You're already in the other one, Eclipsed. Sheva. Huntress. Huntress and a hoomst. Woo! Girly Pop, I was standing still. Are you saying Talita is skinny? Alright, she was standing still. And by she, I mean me. Why do I keep doing that? I keep, like, third-personing me. Weird. Okay, but I was standing completely still. Loaded potato griller, nacho fries! Canary. I would have gotten more. Shite. I usually get a box and a burrito. It has been a minute since I've had Taco Bell, though. Moon Courts. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. Alright, someone remind me to take a shot after this. Brad, I'm sorry. I know you're not here. I'm gonna take a shot for you. Guys. Everyone pull the Brad brain cell. What shot do you guys think Brad would want me to take if they chose? Look at you! How are you, Moon Courts? I'm doing fantastic. I'm a little fatigued, like mentally. But like I'm like groovy. Like I'm chilling. You know what I mean? Like I'm happy. Happy as a clam. Oh God. How are you doing? Oh. What is happening? I am scared. I lasted longer than my ex. I'm joking. So we got tequila or pink Whitney. All right, we got 2 pink Whitneys. Oh, Canary, can I say I love your mom? Also, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you and I appreciate you. You did! I saw! Oh my God. Can we get a shout out for Moon Quartz, por favor? Is this my horchata slut? Oh, it is. I saw you fix your glasses. Yeah. My little pink Whitney. You said tequila? Okay, so we have a tie for tequila and a tie for pink Whitney. Who's gonna be the tiebreaker? Although if one person says Malort, I might just do that. Oh, man. Kind and helpful with my mental. Oh, really? My parents are the same way. W parents. I love that. For us. Swole nerd. Mwah. Think of the fricassee. Swole nerd, hope you're doing so good. Happy weekend. She runs. She runs. She runs. Run, Talita, run. Talita, run. Talita, run. I shut the front door. Okay, you got me beat there. My mom plays like mobile games. That counts. Is that a remix? I was doing a reference, yeah. Did you like the Clefairy? Do I have to answer that? Like it is such a strong word. I did witness it. I did witness the Clefussy. We also do Pokemon Go. Oh, you know what? See, that's how I am with my brother. My brother and I are like big gamers, and my brother is the reason that I'm back into Pokemon cards, not just Pokemon. Sorry, I'm gonna snooze this ad. I've been in Pokemon I've been into Pokemon my entire life. Shout out to Clefairy. I'm back in the Pokemon cards because of him. I open it. Yeah, that is quite the scene. Right there. I wouldn't have noticed it if you hadn't said it, but as soon as you said it, I can't unsee it. You know. Well, look at that. Now the game's not done because you left early. Oh wait, what are we doing? We need one more person to break our tie. Are we doing tequila or Pink Whitney? What do you guys think?
Twitch baby picks hearts, picks hearts, picks hearts.
Bree, what the fudge? Tequila! Oh, that double what the fudge. Double what the fudge. Bree, thank you for the 9 months. What's the name of our baby? You can't name her Tequila. Actually, you can because that's actually a beautiful name for a baby. Tequila. We have to say it like that. And Moon, thank you for the 40 months. Pink Whitney is the grossest thing that's ever been in my mouth. And have you met my ex? Actually, I'm joking. I think my ex is worse than Pink Whitney. I'm not gonna insult Pink Whitney like that. But Bree, thank you for the 9 months. Moon Core, thank you for the 40 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. What the fudgies wudgies is happening right now? You're real. Hey. Wait! Mazel tov. She runs. She runs. She does the Toledo run. She runs. She runs. Oh, why do I keep getting double fuck? 2 of them. 2. She's a runner. She's a track star. What's up, Remy? Remy. Mwah. Oh. Think of the forehead, Kitsy. I can't do anything with this, Kate.
Hello.
Thank you so much for that follow. I do have... Oh, I forgot I had this Fuck. Thank you so much for that follow. I do have anonymous follows on. I wish they weren't anonymous, though, because that is a beautiful name. Welcome in. 2 of them at the same time? Yes, my you. But thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome in. But so Vanilla Mace did this really funny GIF or GIF, whatever you guys want to call it, where she's saying like 2 of them, 2, and it's the funniest thing that I've ever seen. And so I try to reference that, but a lot of people haven't seen that GIF, and so they just think I'm just being a fool. But I swear I'm not. I'm referencing something. I swear. What are you doing here, Shaba? Just hanging out. Us 2 ponytail girls have to stick together. Oh my god. So look at our 2 ponytails. So have you guys seen those memes that have been going out around where Talida's hair is your hair in 2020 and then Sheva's hair is your hair in 2026? So look at our hair differences in a second. So my hair is 2020 or 2020 and then Sheva's hair is 2026. Look. My hair in 2020. My hair in 2026. Because everyone's hair apparently is getting thinner. So. No, just me. What's up, Max? Max, mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. You know it, Ghoulishley? Yes, no one knows what I'm talking about. So thank you. Thank you. Also, I was not saying that you were thinking I was a whore. I know you would never. And if you ever did, you can think anything you want about me. I just like to be thought of. Blah, 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 blah. I'm sorry if I missed anyone's messages, though. I don't know how to read. I live under a rock. That's alright, Max. That's alright. It's a funny GIF, though. Speaking of GIFs, I was crashing out one week with Rootsy because I was trying to find this one GIF and I couldn't find it. And I think it was like 24 hours later, I finally found the GIF. And I think I had, you know what, it was on TikTok too. And so I still can't find the name of the GIF, but I had to do a screen record on my phone for the GIF that I found on TikTok. Because that's the only way that I could share it. Oh, I did not mean to do that. My fingers got happy. Extinct! Think of the forehead kissy. Reading? That guy, he's been got from that same gen like 3 times. Poor Jessinger. Not me! Why me? What did I do? Oh, this is awkward. I'm going. Oh my god, I've had sprint burst this entire time. Have I used it even once? Alright, is your girlfriend here? I hear your girlfriend. I know you. But yeah, I had the biggest crash out. Oh my god. I had the biggest crash out trying to find that stupid fudging GIF. Found it though, eventually. Still don't know the name of it. But when I finally found it, because I was just like scrolling TikTok and I found it in the comments. Oh my god, I had to screen record it so I could show her. I hate Gunslinger. I never really. So Gunslinger is a killer that I feel comfortable going against. Wraith, Chucky. I'm like 50-50 with Chucky. Oh. See, this is why you don't use toggle, guys, because you end up hitting your armrest instead of your spacebar. Chucky, I'm like 50-50. Legion, I'm 50-50. Ghostface, I'm saying 50-50. Oh, thank you, Sprint Butterstone. Oh, I forgot I have this! Guys, I keep forgetting my resources. Mama needs a hit. Mama needs a hit. What? Oh, you're so. Yui. Come. Oh. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Oh my god, I was right into that. Oh, everyone tell Yui how hot and tall and talented she is. Maximus! Mwah. Think of the forehead kiss, see? See, I could do Nurse, I could do Gunslinger. So, together. I have 2 friends with beams over there, Mr. Slinger. Oh. Spades is like, I'm getting this. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm running away. I'm just gonna run as far away from as I can. Far away. Far, far away. Far, far, far away. Is that Yui part of our team, by the way? Oh, shut up. Oh my god, sorry, I got scared. Who was that mysterious Yui? No, they're not. Oh my god. Oh, let's get our friend. Me! Sorry, I just really wanted my points. Tacos! Oh, sorry, love. Ah. Beautiful. I queefed. Run, Joey, run, Joey. Goo! Spades got smacked right in the neck. I got saved twice that game. That was amazing. Oy, chamoy. That was awesome. Let's watch Horchata Snoot. Oh, careful. Oh, careful. Oh, careful. Oh. Oh, he's calling. He's calling his girlfriend right now. Oh, run, Horchata. Run. Run, Chata. That's the Yui that saved me. Were we all girls in this lobby, by the way? Oh! See, that's why we got out. Because there was only one dude in the lobby, and it was the slinger. Oops, all boobies. Chi-chis. Holy. Let's go lesbian! Yes! Let's go lesbians! All right, an ad's about to start. What are we doing? Tequila. All right. I'm gonna drink the name of mine and Bree's baby. Wait, do you guys want to hear this? As for its women's rights and women's wrongs. Exactly. Exacta-dickly dackly. Yucky. Also, she finally cleaned her sock. I did it again. Why am I speaking in third person? It's like my new verbal stim. Is speaking in third person. The opening noise is very satisfying, isn't it? Also love the glug 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 sound that pours out. Alright. Thank you for the 5 gifted subbies! They are discounted 35% off for today's stream. Yep, yep. I love this song. Everyone shut up. Okay, pretend like I'm not an author. What does that
Wait,
mean?
cheers.
Sorry, I really needed to get that taste on that mouth out of my taste. Oh, good. Thank you for the 27 months. Cheers. Cheers, all good. Thank you so much for the 27 months. Enjoy your 90. Count them. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free viewing, and your sub badge. Oh, Hattie. Hattie. Do I have a new skin for her? Yes, ma'am. 121 days chemo-free. I need 121 W's in chat. 121 W's. Also, yippies! Yippies! I will also take as currency. What was your disgusted look on your face? Oh, I just had some tequila. I'm sorry, some tequila. Also, all good. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissing. Thanks, guys. Thank you for the W's. Thank you for supporting our homie. All good. On being 121 days chemo-free. Fudge, yeah. Why are you so cute? Who said that you could be the cutest cute that's ever cuted? Right. Belly. Oh, so cute. Oh, so cute. Oh, so cute. I love your big belly. I love your big belly. Does someone need a nail trim? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. I was about to say, if you stay on my lap, you're getting your nails trimmed. It is the kitty. What's up, Double Dog? Gremlins, it's so good. It's stunning. But the Twitch shirt stays on during sex. Oh, look at Boo. Oh, Boo's like, Mommy, I want to get my nails trimmed. Oh, so sick. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better soon. I'm doing great, though. Really? Alice in a good way. A head pat? Oh, you're so cute. Belly rub. Belly. Oh, I love you. I gave him the old pixel special. One of everything. The Twitch shirt stays on in bed. Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, devil! In a good way or a bad way? A Dracula! That's an Ace and Mantis. So, fun fact, this outfit right here Ace is wearing, the sweater and the Mantis, is literally what I wear to go to bed. I wear a long sleeve shirt and panties. And that's how I sleep. So if you guys ever wanted to know what I look like when I'm sleeping, I look just like Ace Visconti in his underwear. Oh, that's right! Wesker is disabled. I wonder how long he's gonna be, disabled for. Oh, we are doing open lobbies! No pressure. What if anyone wants to join? Really? When's the last time you played Moses? Oh, Loyal, how was it? You wear nothing? Oh, I don't know. It's something with his virulent or virulent bound. Something with his bound. Years, fair. Something with his bound. I'm not sure what it was. I'm good to my bed. Real. Oh, Gremlins, that's gonna be a while, isn't it? That's gonna be throughout the entire 2v8, no? I would be bad. Canary, I ain't gonna hold you. You can't be worse than me. A totem toucher! But that's how you get your blood points, you know? Oh, that scared the French toast sticks out of me, guys. No! Gremlins, that's awful. Well, I'm glad that they disabled that. Oh. Watch your noggin, love. Watch out, it'll get ya. Oh, next week? Okay. Every time Pinhead and Xenovice show up, they also kill switch one of the pig add-ons. Oh, which one? You know who loves pig? Dr. Finkelstein. Dr. Finkelstein is a pig main. I don't know if you guys knew that. She loves pig. Pretty sure she's like a P100 pig, too. Requiem, like, oh, sorry, Angel. Resident Evil Requiem? I love that game. That was my hyperfixation before TCM. If I scroll back far enough in my YouTube, watch history, you'll just see a bunch of Requiem game, videos. Max, what are you doing? Oh, Gremlins, I believe it. Totally, because there's been a nemesis almost every single game I've been on. It's pretty much been Nemesis and Oni have been the most popular that I've experienced, that I've run into. What is for anyone who's been either watching or playing, from everyone's experience in this iteration of 2v8, what is Commodious? Or not Commodious. Mechanics. Yeah, I'll take the mechanics. What's everyone's killer that you guys have been seeing the most? I fear I've been seeing Oni and Nemi. Oni and Slinger, really, Devil? Also, hi, Salve. Good evening, Oros. Chrissy, enjoy your Sunday. Been too busy? Real. Oni Nemi, yeah. Nemi, yeah. So I think the slinger that I just had was my first slinger, I think. That was a beautiful scream, whoever that was. That was like a, you know, like an operatic scream. Guys, I'm just gonna open boxes till I get a beam, you know what I'm saying? Queue time for Killer Socks, is it? What is it about, Salve? Ghost? Ooh, Ghostface I think would be top 3. Shut up. I literally said, guys, I'm gonna keep opening chests until I find a beam. Beam found immediately. Run, Hattie, run, Hattie, run. You guys ever see the Glee? 30 minutes. 28 minutes. Play while you wait can only do so much. And know what's funny? As soon as you get into a killer game, you need to warm up again. Like, it's basically you need to warm up every killer game you play. Wow, 30 minutes. That's egregious. That's quite big. How cool would it be if you could buy and unlock famous screams and swap them out? Oh my god! Oh my god, no, because I'll hear the Wilhelm scream the entire time and I respectfully I'd kill myself. Respectfully. I hate the Wilhelm scream. I haven't been hooked yet. Oh, I was gonna say I haven't been hooked yet. I could unhook that gamer, but what? No way he body blocked. That was so hot. Holy Hinatu. Big cojones Hinatu. I'm a simple man. I'm a simple kind of man. I played Killer Jin anniversary event. Who's excited for the anniversary event? Cool. Another question. Who's going to that huge event in Montreal for the 10 years? I think it's my expectation of it, Moses, that drives me bonkers. It's like, cause I know, I know, and the repetition of it. June, sometime in June. Holy shit, there's a dog there. Wait! Who put that dog there? Stop. Stop that! Stop that! Guys, I'm scared. Oh, I got stuck. Oh, I didn't drop this. Ah, poops. Whiff! Hi, Dingo. Yeah, 20 minutes is a long time, Draconia. But, don't have a passport. Yeah, Gremlins, exact same reason. I'm too broke and I don't have a passport. Exact same reason. For why I'm not going. Because they gave us like first dibs on tickets for the DVD, the creator program, and I was like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I would have had love to, and the thing is, I wish I could just be like, hey, can I just pay? Can I just pay? Like, can I just send you $50 and you send me the merch or whatever exclusive shite? Like you're gonna be giving away to people. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hit my wrist board again instead of my thing, because I want the like exclusive T-shirt and all the exclusive swag bag. Like, let me pay $150 for my ticket, and oh, watch out, and for the swag bag. You know what I'm saying? Nice. You have two gamers here, one who can actually do something, and then me. Alright, so I got cockblocked by the box. So that's embarrassing. I couldn't get you because the box was in the way. That's so unfortunate. Because I had that too. Damn. I fudging had that. That's so unfortunate. Oh, wait, Sheboygan. Oh, he gets 3. Oh, all right now. Yeah, cockblocked by the box. Yeah. No, 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 don't do that. Yay! Oh, I should Sheboygan. I forget he gets 3, even though that was 2. Still forget. They get sold out. Oh yeah, they got sold out like a week or 2 after they announced it too. Come and get me. That was a fun chase though. That was unfortunate. You poor unfortunate souls. Help is on the way, dear. Help is on the way. You guys won't let me die, right? You guys won't let me die. You guys didn't stand by that exit gate. Wow. Was that? Yeah, ghoulishly, I'm the same. Shut the front door. I need a hit. Imagine hatch spawn right in front of me and he just took that instead of saving me. I would have done it too. Ghoulishly, I'm the same way. I literally took it. Or I was like, it's either gonna be TwitchCon or, yeah. Oh, all right. So, who wants to get your knee pads out because I'm ready to go suck this Alucard cock. That was. So, anyways, GG's. What the fuck happened? I saw someone's aura palette vault repeatedly. Me. Was Evanescence hacking? So I can't tell, are they hacking or not? Were they hacking? But if I do the, well, that can't be picked up and no detection. Are they hacking or not? Do I report them? Report them, okay. Wait, who was hacking? Evanescence. Hanatu? Exploits. Hacking. Report. Admitted to it in endgame chat. Also, thank you for the follow! Welcome in. You're mad at my mod. Why are you so mad if you in the mouth over a mod I downloaded? Oh, okay, so. I am a Dead by Daylight iridescent creator. I'm gonna send my report to Daddy Behavior. Beep, 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 beep. Hello, Behavior. I'd like to report a crime. Yeah, I report that, and then there's like an in-game thing too that I can submit that. How do I join? Are you on Steam or on console? If you're on console, send me a friend request. If you're on Steam, click that linky and click join game. Don't send me a friend request because my friend requests are filled. Also, thank you so much for the follow. Truly, welcome in. Yeah. Very weird to like bragging about hacksaws. Let's go, girls. Should we do Hattie? I feel like we should be Hattie again. Hattie! Oh my god, my phone's almost dead. Jasper!
Help is on the way, dear!
Oh my jeeper golly jeebus. Thank you so
Happy
much for
4
the
months.
raid! And Mendo, thank you for the 4 months! Enjoy your 90, count them, your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and add your sub badge. Nerdling, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Everyone go tell Nerdling how hot and tall and talented and handsome they are. What were you up to? What were you doing? Also, Jasper, stop. Stop. He's like eating my phone charger cable. Stop, 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 stop! Stop, stop Stop. How was your stream? There's a new Backrooms game. Shut the front door. Shut up. Back and eat Twisted Metal, right? Mando. Mwah. Thank you for the 4 kissy. Oh my god. Canary, you are so Gucci. It's Gucci. We're here for a good time, not a long time. You know what I mean? Sorry, I burped. What was I saying? How's everyone doing? How was this stream? Please make sure you get your post-stream self-care. Get your post-stream stretchies, bathroom breaks, nummies, and bevies. Go eat, go pee, go puka, stretch, go drink. We are currently doing some DBD2V8 open lobber sends. As you on Steam, I am not accepting Steam friend requests because my stream friends list is full. Just join me in lobby to get into the game. I don't accept friend requests. I'm sorry, loves. My niece tries to eat chargers. Shut up. How old's your niece? Oh, thank you guys so much for the raid. Welcome in. But yeah, I don't have a lot of room on my stream friends list, so if you guys want to join the game, just join me off my Steam profile. Yeah, we're doing some DBD open lobbies right now, and 2v has been so much fun. Dredge Odyssey, beautiful name. Dredge is one of my P100s. I have Twins P100, Dredge P100, and Ace P100. Ashley J. Williams is P99 level 50, and I'm working on Ghostface right now. Oh, just a baby. Oh, that's fair, Max. Fair, understandable. I'm gonna go lay on the couch where we do something stupid like buy another PC. Not another PC. Oh, Twisted Metal, do your thing, Chicken Wing. Open lobbies are optional. Enjoy your lurky turkey, Moses. Enjoy your toast. And by toast, I mean getting toasted. What are you playing right now, Twisted Metal? Run. Oh, that's gonna be stuck in my head. Oh. Oh, W blind. Excellent use of flashbang. Oddworld. Oddworlds, was it Odyssey? And there's like Munch's Odyssey too, right? Holy shite. I used to play Munch's Odyssey on the original Xbox. Oh my god. I never really played Abe's Odyssey. Is that am I in the same realm, or am I talking about a completely different game? I feel like I might be talking about a completely different game. My bad. Wow. Come here. Come. Come. Shut up. Honestly, embarrassing. This is original Oddworld. Gotcha. Is that? Oh my god! W. Tae Young. Let's go, love. Oh, Sheboygan. My generator. Wait. Oh. Incredible timing. You're lucky. I'm so bad at this video game. What's up, Timmy? Timmy, happy weekend. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kiss, you. How you doing, Timmy? Nemesis smash. Hey, stop. Hey, stop. Hey, doing the Nemesis stop. Hey, stop. Hey, stop. Yeah. How do you pronounce his name? Mayoka? Mayoka? Oddworld, Soulstorm? I don't know what that is. Nala stops, yes! She stopped, she do the Nala stop. Big fan of Nala on TikTok. What time is it? Alright. Yeah! Who was that? Who character scrummed like that? Question for you, answer. Ruh-roh-raggy. Ruh-roh. Who's the other killer? It's just Nemesis I see, no? Oh, there's the other killer. Okay. And Oni the Nemesis! Whoa! Oddworld, Soulstorm, girl, you gotta try it out one day. No, So that's embarrassing. And I'm really sorry for that, love. Please don't use this against me, Tay. Taeyong. Please don't use this against me. Oh, thank God. Return in a minute. I'll be here. The oh! Yes, I did. Oh, I'm hindered. Fudge sticks. Fudge. Oh, wow. Nice hit. Yeah, I do own it. I haven't played it, though. I've heard there's, like, a lot of, issues. Oh, that was so nice. I heard there's, like, a lot of still, like, tech issues with that game, so I haven't, played on stream. Splash. Yeah, gotta do that. Wait! Nice. I gotta snooze this ad. That's what. Oh, I couldn't care less. If I cared about being distracted, I would not talk to chat during stream. But no, you're so good. Rooster! Think of the forehead kissy. I'll do if I'll let you know what you think. Yeah! Let us know. No spoilers, though. I have successfully avoided all spoilers in that game. Impressively enough, because it's been out for however long it's been out. Where am I? Oh, I'm over here. Thank you, Timmy. I'm excited for you to try it, though. It's awesome that's free. We love free. I'm gonna go back to that box. The box. You opened it. I cometh. Let's see if I can get a better item. Maybe a flashlight. Oh, there's 2 zombies over here now. Wunderbot. Oh, no. You're just gonna wait for your zombie to catch up, aren't you? That's fine. Oh, there was no paillette over here. So, well, there's one over here. Okay. I got some distance. Some distance. If they brought Pinhead to 2v8, would that be the first time an 8-person DC happened? I wonder. I wonder if there has been an 8-man DC. You know? Wouldn't that be interesting? That'd be so funny. An 8-man DC. Out of all the killers that are out there, do you guys think that Legion would be the most DC'd killer in our 2v8? Would it be Legion? Would it be the most DC'd killer? Who do you think would be the most DC'd killer? If there was one. Got it. I can rub your bum. From all the way over here. Witch! Wraith twins in 2v8. What's DC? Disconnect. So when you leave the game, when you quit. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. But now we're speed. Excellent question, by the way. Excellent question. Whoa. That was scary, innit? Ugh. Charlotte would get 2 victors. God, I'd hope so. Could you imagine twins in 2v8? 8 people trying to kick Victor. Oh, they would just bully me. Ghoul. Oh, 100% Draconia. Welcome back, Double Dog. Be a little wuss and screwed over the team. Fair. At least a bot is fun now because, I mean, the bots aren't great, by any sense of the word, but at least it's like something. Because back in my day, whenever someone would DC, you would just have one less person. At least a bot could like either take chase, unhook, etc. So it's better than nothing. 24-minute queue. That's still really long. Oh, I've intentionally DC'd. I get one a day for content, but usually it's about like once a week, if I'll do that. When I had it meters fill, and that is on self-care, sweet angel face. That is a good healthy dose of self-care, my friend. Why are there so many boxes? Ladies. Okay, so can't be my box. Camp in my box. Camp in my gen. Look at this. Look at her. Look at her camping my gen. I will teach you a lesson, old man. Chill. Worth it. On first gauge, like 5 games in a row. Was it playing with me? The only thing I can think of with Plague is that a lot of people have, I don't remember what the name of it is, but there's like a fear that people have of vomiting. And I know that like people will DC over that, and I totally understand and respect. Like that is totally a thing. I forget what it's called though. So I know there's that. But I think Plague is fun to go against, but I understand that people have their thing with vomiting. Emetophobia. Thank you! I knew it started with the E, but I couldn't... I don't know. There's so many phobias to keep up with, and I don't know the names of them. I'm ignorant. No, you're supposed to leave me in hooks. Nailed it. Yeah, exactly, Goddess, yeah. People DC for Pinhead, but I don't. If there were no penalty, and if I didn't care what other people thought of me, oh, I DC for every Pinhead. I hate Pinheads. Elliot. Oops. What did I do? Whoa! Oh, you're lucky that thing is 12 inches long. And by 12 inches, I mean 12 feet. Oh, was that early? Oh, I think it was early. Damn. Metaphobia. Yeah. Because I know Shy's been trying to get people, like, trying to get behavior's attention, has been, like, advocating for it all over. Oh, this is the bug skin for Jane. So her booty gets, like, huge in this skin. It's so funny. Oh my god. I'll do that outfit next game, and we'll see if I get the bug. That's a bug that I'm not gonna report, by the way. That is a good bug to have, if I do say so myself. But yeah, Shy's been working on trying to get behavior to change that, and I think in the Reddit forums, I think it was like one of the Q&As or something, they said that there are no upcoming changes, no upcoming plans or changes for Doctor, which is super unfortunate. But what can you do? 62! Not our penis of the day, unfortunately. Our penis of the day is a whopping 68-incher. 68-incher. Who had it, by the way? I know Mira had the 66. Who had the 68? Oh my god, Draconia. I remember that one. That one was awful. I remember that, the Trickster flashing light bug. That was rough. That was rough, buddy. Oh, I did not mean to do that. $60, yeah. Didn't it take a minute for that to get fixed, too? I feel like that one took a minute to get fixed. Oops! What are we oopsing? Oh. Hello, lovely. I don't want to snooze another ad, because we only have one snooze left. 41? Not too shabby. Oh, with the 7 inches? That's not bad at all. I hope I can die in 1 minute, because I don't want to play a snooze. Finally. I made it. Oh, holy shit. That was awesome. And hey, I died within a minute! So the ad can play now. Because devs couldn't recreate. Oh, that's right! That's right! They had to keep asking people to send, excuse me, to send like clips of it. That's right, it's right. Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. GG's! That was an awesome game. I have it screenshotted. We had a couple one-inchers today. 30, decent. Mid-sized. That's funny. Alright, an ad's gonna start now. Oh, and I'll get into a new lobby so that, if anyone wants to join. Yeah. I am in the lobby now. Oh, I was gonna do Jane next. Thank you, Rootsie. No, Dangos, you little liar. My parents are looking forward to the concert. I got them. What concert? Got them tickets to the Guess Who? Oh, there you go. That is so cool of you. Alright. So this skirt is bugged. Let's see if we can trigger the bug. Just by existing. Where is my... Oh, there she is. Werewolf. Oh, must suffer for all eternity. Mother's Day, Father's Day. Oh, cool! That's awesome. Do you ever get up to do something and then come back to your PC and realize you really have to pee and you don't want to get back up? Every day of my life. On God. We got 6 people in here. Holy. I really want to get up. Do you have a cup? I'm kind of thirsty. I'm joking. We got time. So anyways, I only had 1 shot and I'm being this weird. I think it's because I'm in a really good mood. I'm really excited for tomorrow, guys. I have to be up early. I have to be at the store by, what, 6:30? Or 7? I'm joking. I'm not really joking. You're also just weird in general. I just want to rub your belly. You're so cute. Big stretch. You're so cute, Muffin Top. Oh, get that butt. Get that butt. Oh, look at that weird smile, you freak. You freak! You're so cute. You're so cute. I'm gonna eat you alive. We said you could be the cutest dog in the world. Oh, I'm sorry you've had a shite day, Loyal. Doggy treats? Or kitty treats? Him's the cutest? He really is. You got an apple girl. Oh, they probably smelled like tequila. I'm so sorry, Angel. Doggo! Want a treat? You died to Endgame? Slay. You're not gonna eat this. You're not gonna eat it. Are you gonna eat this? Oh, your brother stole your bed. Oh, you good baby. Oh, he's your goodest baby. Why am I... There you go. Can't leave you alone, but not me. Oh, loyal son, I'm so sorry. Hugs! Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want the hug, you guys can double it and get to the next person. He is the best baby ever, isn't he? Oh, he's on the couch now because Charlie stole his bed. For a million months, maybe you're leaving alone, but not me. The boys and girls and... God, there's cat hair everywhere. I'll save myself. Maybe I'll ring up the words. Been listening to a lot of Evanescence today. This song? So I've been started working on that playlist I was telling you about, Dangos. And I gotta go through that tweet that I twatted asking for music recommendations. And I gotta... it's the playlist is literally called Community Suggested Playlist. As you should. What is this emote? That is so cute. That's so cute. A new album, as they should. Karaoke when? Oh, so we've had it as a sub goal before, but we've never hit it. What did I call it? Auditory processing disorder karaoke. So I have the thing where I don't hear things good. And I hear things and I go, what? And I hear wrong words to things. Oh, we gotta watch her butt because sometimes her butt just like grows. We just gotta watch her booty because sometimes it'll just like, it'll be huge, you know? It's so funny. We gotta get the bug. Oh, it's a Chucky. And a... Guys, keep an eye on Jane's butt for me, will you? And see if it grows. I hope I didn't miss it already. But yeah, auditory processing disorder. So I'll listen to songs. Like, okay, remember Werewolves of London? Like that song. I'd be like, Werewolves of Thunder is what I thought the words were, but it's called Werewolves of London, not Werewolves of Thunder. But every time I listen to Werewolves of London, all I hear is, Werewolves of Thunder. Like, I hear wrong words. So I sing the wrong words. And so I've always wanted to do auditory processing disorder karaoke, where I sing the words to the song that I think that they are. But they are not the right words. And so I thought that'd be super fun. But we just haven't hit that sub goal yet, which is totally fine. I'm in no rush. I thought that too, yeah. Actually, I'm pretty sure we all like had a really nice community bond over that before. What? Oh, did it get big already? No, I can't tell. I can't tell. Did it get big already? Oh my god, it's so big. Like, look at this honk. Look at this. Who's that? She knows I'm here. Ah, poops. Oh, was I revealed? I can't remember. I can't remember if I was revealed or not. Oh my jeeper golly gee whiz. Oh, what was that lunge? Holy good ping, Batman. Bad Moon Rising and hearing Bathroom on the right. Oh, I could hear that. I've never heard that, but I can hear that. Deathlinger. Oh, should we hold hands, love? Oh, okay. Where'd my skirt go? Wait. Wait. Where's my... Oh, there she is. Okay. So yeah, you can tell I think the skirt bug already happened because you can see the skirt is like a little bit away from my butt a little bit. Damn. I have a TikTok that went like semi-viral because I was running towards a Jane that was being healed. And I saw it happen like in real time. I saw her butt go from like boom to boom. And oh, that TikTok did numbers. It was great. Pretty sure it did numbers on Twitter too. But yeah, that's like what it is. And I wanted to do I wanted to do auditory processing disorder karaoke, and I thought it would just be the funniest thing to hear, and everyone can make fun of me for all the words that I get wrong because I hear something different. Do you really? Of all the words that are like that sound different, and I'm half deaf. Yeah, I don't have that excuse. I'm just me. With a raindrop keep falling on my head, they keep falling, but that doesn't mean necessarily. I didn't even see her. What the fudgies? That's crazy. I didn't even see her. Damn. I was about to say, you can't get it that tight. So apparently that's a dead end. I love Tiffany though. I'm already almost dead. It's fine. Hey, do you guys got any of those green tonics? Let me know. I would love to see that. Pixel. That was a dead end. Yep, there, there it is. So fun fact, that was a dead end. Draconia, thank you so much. That would be awesome. I would love to see that. Because I would love to see, like, I would love to get, like, vindicated for, like, how many things I thought I was alone in hearing incorrectly. And then finding out everyone and their mother also hears it wrong. I would love to not run into Tiffany again. Oh, let's do a tonic check. Damn. Ah! I'm scared. Oh. I thought I heard Tiffany behind me, so I got scared. Sorry. I panicked. Oh my jeep or golly gee whiz. That literally made me jump. Oi, Jamoy. Holy butts, man. Like, look at this thing. Alright, next game. We're gonna use this skin, and I'm just gonna only look at her butt. Like, only butts. We're just gonna only look at her butt, and we're gonna catch the bug happen in real time. Oh, I want this box. We're gonna catch it. Another one. Boo's doing a diggy down. Or not. What's up, Brad? Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. Oh, he's going back to diggy down. Oh, glad I can help. My Jen. I love the fit though. Holy whale tail. What is that fit? Rockin' Rebel. Mwah. Thank you for the forehead kissy. What's up, Rockin' Rebel? I hope you're doing so good. Happy weekend. It's Friday, my dudes. / Saturday, depending if you're in the future or not. How close did everyone get into their Twitch drops? Ooh, only 1 gem left. Hello. Guys, I'm scared. Guys, I'm scared. I don't want to die. Help is on the way, dear. I forgot. Oh, I was gonna say I want to speed, but I forgot I already used it. Help is on the way, dear. I got you. Yes. You got all the jobs perfect. Drinks and gaming. Hell yeah, Rockin' Rebel. What is on your agenda for gaming this weekend? I'm gonna do 2v8 today. And I'm thinking some... What are we doing tomorrow? Oh, Expedition 33. We're gonna continue our Expedition 33 tomorrow. Maybe like an hour of 2v8. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Where should I post it though? Oh! General. Works for me. It is. 2v8's back and we have it for like 2.5 more weeks. Two and a half weeks. 2 weeks.
Good evening, Princess.
Hello,
27 monkeys.
Princess.
Holy guacamole.
Is that God's
Love you
favorite
so
princess?
much. Bookie pix period pix bongo pix hearts pix garlic heart pix pat pix heart 1 pix heart 2.
God's favorite princess! Thank you so much for the 27 months. I can't believe it's been so long. Enjoy your 90. Count him. Your 90 emotes, your ad-free view, and your sub badge. I don't mean to brag, guys. I might escape this game. Holy shite. That was awesome. Canary, was that you? Holy. Mwah. Think about the forehead kissy. Good night, Dragon. Set a place. Everyone say good night, Dragon. Wait, did we get 6 out? No! Munch, 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 munch. Thank you, Jacody. I cannot wait to watch it. Check the Discord. My hero. I'm so glad he went for me and not you. Because you would have been an easy down because... Oh, what is this? Are these like little flowers in my hair? Oh, Max. Max, these are so cute. I gotta say, I love how you do eyes. The eyes are like so pretty. Oh my god. Guys, look at Pixel Kitten art in the Discord. GG's! Oh my god, we got 6 people out too. It was a crazy game. Yeah. I feel like I would have gone for you. Ted. Mwah. Think of the forehead kissy. Oh. Look at you! Look at I'm scrolling through all the Pixel Kitten art, and these are so pretty. Oh, it's like a little tiara. I've always been amazed at eyes. The eyes are so dope. Oh my god, like the eyes are like my favorite thing that you do. Like not that everything isn't amazing, but like the eyes are so pretty. Hot flashes stink. I'm so sorry, sweet pea. Oh. Oh. Go far away. Okay, I gotta put Discord down. I'm looking at everything now. Oh, Chiconia. Hugs. Hugs for anybody who needs it. Unless you guys don't want, you guys can double give to the next person. I hope the game's been fun. Tell them to work tonight because I'm feeling icky. Well, another hug. We'll get you next game, Twisted Metal. We got you. You're doing fan art. Really? That's awesome. I could definitely tell. Max, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm glad you get to practice with me, too. It's very humbling. It's very, very cool. I'm like a little shy about it, but like it's also really heckin' cool. Thank you so much, Max. I'm sorry you're feeling icky. Is it like mental icky or physical icky? They both suck either way. Take your time. That's all right. I'm sure I'll die very quickly. We'll probably end in about 45-ish minutes, by the way, because I have to go to sleep early, because I have to be up at like 5. So, and 5 is usually my bedtime, so I have to be up at 5. So I'm gonna try to go to sleep early. Yeah. I gotta hit this Pokemon drop tomorrow, which I'm so excited for. Alright, we're only looking at our butt. Because we're gonna catch this butt growth in real time. If I miss it because I'm looking at a skill check or a chat, you guys better tell me. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Vittorio. Thank you. Oh, Vittorio gets it. Oh, sorry, love. Sorry. Alright, only butts. I'm only looking at the butt. I want to see it. It's easier to see it on when someone else is playing, I'm noticing. That's alright. Gives us all something good to look at. Oh my god, Oni! Yep. What's up, Solar? Everyone say hello, Solar. Solar, happy weekend! Physical icky. Oh, okay, so look at her butt. You know how it has like a nice curve, right? But it's not like gadoosh. So this is like normal butt. Remember that. Remember what that looks like. I'm so sorry. Is this like the starting of a cold? Or the ending? Ending of a cold is nice because it's just like phlegm. Looks like your butt. Whoa. Because like usually for me when I get a cold, like the end of the cold is like I get the phlegm and I'm like coughing the entire time. Which sucks, but it's also nice because you know it's almost over. But in the beginning, you're just like the aches, the pains, the sores, the sleepiness. It's a tame ass, yeah. Like it's an ass, but it's not like an ass. Did it grow yet? Okay, now we're good. Repair a total of 60 generators. Cheese and rice. Sweat! Oh shit, I stopped looking. Allergies. Oh my god. I had some really bad allergies. I think it was on Sunday. Solar, could you imagine? There's a bug with this skirt with Jane where her ass like literally like boof. Like it in like a quick second like poops out. Like it's huge. I'm trying to catch it. Did I miss it? I can't tell. I think we missed it. Because, like, look at her butt looks like a little bit bigger now. Damn, I think we may have missed it. I can't. That was me. The Tiffany game. And then all of a sudden I escaped. It does look bigger, yeah. Yeah, I missed it. Damn it. Yeah, it's bigger now. You can see, like, there's, like, a little, like, weird textures on it when it gets big. Damn. I know! Oh, I know this is Rootsy. I know that skin anywhere. Holy, 4 gens done. I guess we gotta do another game. What if everyone wears this skin? Every person wears this skin. Imagine. Day 2 of illness. Everything hurts. I'm so weak. Oh. Even dropped 2 of my. Oh, poor baby. I'm so glad you took off work though. Pour moi. Yes, ma'am. All right, now someone go down for mommy. Oh, the other killer's Chucky. I'm not gonna take a hit for you, Yui. With respect. I want you to go down for mommy. Wait, where'd you go? Yes. Alright, so I got body blocked again. My fat ass couldn't fit through the door. Hi, Gwenny Coyle! I swear to God, I did not hit my space bar, but I may have. I'm actually thinking I may have hit it on accident. I did not mean to do that. Gwenny, is it your birthday coming up? Oh, you gotta be quiet. Have a good night, Max! Everyone say good night, Max. May 13th? What do you got planned for your birthday? Whoa. Yeah, that hits, yeah. 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 Where is that little bugger? I couldn't go in because you know Moolah real. Yeah. You've just been miserable. Like, more miserable than you already are. I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better. I'm sorry. What days are your days off again? Gwenny, I love that for you. Hell fudging, yeah. Hope that sprint person's okay. She's a runner, she's a track star. I love 2v8 so much, but at the same time. 2v8. That's right. Oh, you should have seen the hit that I got earlier on me. Oh, it was so bad. It was so bad, like, it was funny. Look at the Chucky! Oh my gosh. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Oh, okay. Okay. Are you gonna go to work tomorrow? Because if you do, it's only one day before like, you know, 3 days off, you know what I mean? Sorry, I'm a sprint person. Sorry, I'm doing it. Gotta do it to him. Gotta do it to him. I'm gonna try, yeah. Because if you miss tomorrow, it's like, that's gonna suck ass, because that's 2 days off of work, right? You're missing. Oh, Sheboygan. Damn. Oh, you probably saw my blorbs, eh? But if you do go in tomorrow, it's only one day you have to, like, chug through to get 3 days off, yeah. Oh! I'm back in the fucking house, Martha! God, we started talking about allergies, and now... Oh, I did not mean to do that. I guess we started talking about allergies, now my nose is running. Better go catch it! Oh, hello, lovely. These guys have really good, como se dice, hook knowledge. Like, they're really good at catching us as we're unhooking or healing. Unfortunately. Unfortunately for Oos. Yeah. Or are you dead? Yeah. Yeah. I saw that, Miss Skilljack. That was rough, buddy. Oh my god, I got scared. I heard the footsteps. Why should we? Oh! Alright. We pre-drop that. We pre-drop. We pre-drop. Oh, kick that. Yeah. Kick that. I know this is gone. Yeah. But we run. We run. We keep running. Running, 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 running. I forget that I have self-care. Does Jen twice? Yeah. We for what it's worth though, because I mean I think you guys like been hooked like what, twice by the time we had 4 gens done. Because you were God's favorite Zarina. I was gonna be like, no way you got that. Oh, he found someone in the shack. Shaka. Oh, there's no way I'll be able to get a flashlight save there. Well, goodbye, whomstever that was. Was that a Fung Min? exhausted. Oh, I'm screwed. Yeah, I just wanted to get this. I just wanted to go. Oh, okay. All I wanted to do was go there to unhook whomsoever was hooked. But I see someone going over there. We're good. We're good. Oh, it's perfect. Ad's gonna start in 30 seconds. Yippee. And then, Twisted, if you're still here and want to join, I will be in the lobby in a moment. GG's. All right, cool. GG's. Leave. Was I bottom of the leaderboard? Oh, shite. Guys, don't look. All right. Na 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 na. I can't get no satisfaction. Should we play V? V Bunyasak. This new outfit of hers. Oh. Did you invite me? Oh, we gotta make a new lobby. Sorry, guys. Well, I guess in the meantime. I'm so sorry. Wait, why are you sorry? It's right. It happens like at least once a DBD open lobbies game. Let me put some points into Ghostface while the lobbies while we wait for the remake the lobby. Ugh. Ugh. Alright. New lobby is made. Bye, Lyle. Well, have a very good night. Thank you so much for gaming. Isn't he like the perfect little like donut? Oh, you're good, Twisted. It happens literally once every 2v8 open lobbies. Almost every time we do it. Wait, Canary, why are you sorry? I'll beat you up. With love. I also don't know how to read too. I just click yes. I can't get no satisfaction. Little mini powder donut, yeah! You sent me an invite again. See, I read this time. Now I can't tell if you're doing it on purpose now. Da-da-da, that's what I'd say. Ooh, let's do Escapiste again. Ooh, my headset is starting to hurt my head. My headset never hurts my head. What's happening? Maybe because I was starting to have a headache before I started stream today. Maybe it's that. Just join my party, Twisted. Go to this link that's right here, and just click that link and just click join game. Yeah. Oh, that's horchata slut. Hi, Spartan! Spartan, thank you. Mwah. Hope you're doing so good. Happy weekend. Oh, Agile? Oh. Let me know when you're free. It says ads are done now. But sometimes I know ads are different. That's what I say. Thank you, Spades. Thank you, Rootsy. W Mods. Thank you so much for the follow! Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you, and I appreciate you. Welcome, welcome. Now I can't stop looking at him. He's so cute. So cute. Satisfaction. Oh my god, I'm like so thirsty right now. I forgot how G feel right here. Guys, use code KITTEN for 30% off. Hi, Dragon. Dragon, happy weekend. Ah, wants to join your party. I shall allow it. Who are you missing? Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, that's right. This is all of us, yeah. Hi, Kyle. Kyle, how was your day? How was your games? I love my shirt. Thank you. My friend Jamie Koala made this a long time ago. And she just made a new clothing release, too. So you guys should go support her and buy all of her shit. She does designs for bands like A Perfect Circle, Marilyn Manson, and a bunch of other bands, too. So you probably have seen some of her artwork before. I know! It's really good, too. She got some new dresses. Thank you guys so much for the follows. Truly, welcome in. About how much they enjoyed it. Shut the front door. I love that. You deserve your flowers so much, Kyle. You really do. You did not create. Alright. V. Bunyasaka. How the game's been? Super fun. Super duper fun. I feel like the servers have been kind of like weird today. There've been some really weird but like really funny hits. Like, oh, Fighter! I cannot wait to hear. I can't wait to hear you gush about it. I hope you love it. Yeah, the game's been super fun. I've been doing a lot better than I normally do. I'm leaving you with this quote. Rootsy, I know! I know. Emo plans? Stop your crying. It is a waste of good suffering. Yes! Have a good night, Loyal. I can't wait to watch the videos you put in the Discord, too. Despite the server weirdness. Oh, whoa. 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 What would you like if today was your birthday? Food. I'd want to see friends. I really wanted to see friends. But my birthday's not during TwitchCon this year. Ugh. So I have to wait till the month later to see people. I don't know. That's a good question. Pokemon cards! Probably food. It would not look good on my body. That's how I think, but you literally have body karate. Excuse the fuck out of me? I will not hear this slander. And I'm not even trying to like gas you up to be like, oh my god, this would look great on you, and like it would like not look great on you. It's like no. No. You literally have body karate. It disgusts me how hot you are. Disgusts me. I'll barbecue chicken and ribs. I do. Yeah, I would stream for sure. If it was my birthday. What about you guys? What would be like an ideal birthday for you guys? It's Rar Raven's birthday on Sunday. Hey! Now, why did you go and do that for? Rude ass bitch. Uh-oh. Oh, is it a nurse? This Wraith, I think, knows a thing or two about a thing or two. I'm kind of nervous about this Wraith. He seems to know things. Hush. Oh, about your birthday on Sunday, Raw Raven? Mod Raw Raven? Also, guys, react to that post, in my most recent post in the announcements in the Discord, if you guys want me to send you something. For Raven. Being with online gamer friends IRL. I would want that, too. Captain, the beach, and some weed, and maybe— oh! Cabin. I read that as Captain. Like, ahoy, Captain. Some weed and maybe some shroom tea. It's my step-older sister's birthday today! You have no idea what to give her? Does she have, like, an Amazon wish list or something? That's always helpful. Ooh, did you say a huge plate of soft pretzels? And nacho cheese. See, Kyle, this is why I keep you around, because you got that good idea brains. Oof. Oof. That's the sound of saliva coming down my throat. Coming. Hi, Ewok! Ewok, happy weekend! Ooh. Holy gens, Batman. I feel like we should do a gen on that side of the map. Gonna, get something for you as a belated birthday present! Ewok, you are so hot. Hell fudging. Yeah, I'm gonna cleanse this totem because I don't know why. I feel compelled to. Ewak, mwah. Think of the forehead kissing. No, really, especially if you can't get them at MSRP, Spartan. Like cards, like trading card games across the board, like Yu-Gi-Oh, MTG, even like sports stuff, are like peak annoying right now with how hard it is to get. And so if you can't catch up at MSRP, like the market prices are ridiculous, you know. What about a big smooch on the lips, Raven? I think like a dream thing for me would be able to see all my mods, like all at once. Like I've seen people do that, like where like streamers have been able to like afford to like fly out, or people have been able to like fly out and like meet in one area, you know. I've seen that. God, I've seen what you've done for others. I would like $1 million so I can fly out all my mods to some place and like rent out like an arcade and go bowling and drink and play arcade games. It'd be so fun. And you could bring your spouses and partners. And then you guys can bring a partner for me. Someone set me up. Hi, Nova! Oh, that works too, Kyle. Yeah. Oh, that'll be fun. Oh, wow. Ladies. Nova, happy weekend! I'll take that. I would love to get together and hang out with all the homies. 100%. I'll be the partner for you. I mean, what did she say? Oh, should I go and hug this person? Do you think they? Oh, okay, no, we're good. We're good. We're gonna do the gen. This fucking thing just came on me. I've just screamed. Oh, really? They do that. Oh, Spartan. That's always fun. That's who wouldn't like that, right? Unless you're allergic to everything. Oh, Spades, I thought of you today. I was eating some peppers. Spades is allergic to peppers, right? I don't know. I was eating peppers today, and I was like, Spades would hate this. I know, it was weird, but I thought about you. Oh, no! Oh, just a minute, I'm sorry. Happens. Oh, bell peppers? Yeah, I had bell peppers today. I thought of you. I was like, Spades can't eat this. Rootsy, that breaks my heart, though. That really does break my heart. Because, I mean, you probably don't know anybody, like, besides, like, your work peeps and poops, right? I mean, you have, like, Stanley's family, probably, right? Unless you got pretzel M&Ms. I'm still on the lookout for those. I have a bag of M&Ms for you. It's not a big bag, though, because I haven't been able to find a big bag of them. Oh, shit nipples. I've only been able to find, like, the... Oh, no. No way I got that, dude. Shite. Oh, he committed. Oh, I thought he was gonna mind game. Yeah, this guy knows a thing or two about a thing or two. Ah, oh, shit, he got it. Oh, don't body block me, don't body block me. We have to waste his time. We have to waste his time. And then we run. He had to do it. He had to do it to him. Yeah. Nurse is so loud and chase. I have not been chased by her yet once, I don't think. I've gone against her, what was it, Wednesday? And then right now this game. I don't think I've been chased by her yet. I don't think.
Let's rock.
I do. Let's rock. I have heard her noises, but I don't think in chase yet. Oh! Oh, please. Oh, please eat something. Do you have any soup? Any Campbell's chicken noodle soup? Oh my god. I hear this. The sounds though. The sounds effects are something to be something. There's something. I never finished this gen, did I? No. Damn. And I have thrown every single pallet from here to there. Goodbye, payetas. But for what it's worth, I did waste his time for a little bit. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting that I have that. Oh no. I'm in chase. Oh, wrong side of the pallet, damn. My bad. I died. That's alright. That's alright. These guys are good. This Wraith is really good. No offense to the verse, I've played against the Wraith more. That's okay. It's alright, Twisted Metal. It happens. Sometimes it happens on accident. And even if it isn't on accident, it happens. No! And went to work and went to work since then, so I haven't gotten any groceries. DoorDash? No, Twisted, they're not toxic. Remember, if you guys want to do open lobbies with me, you guys gotta be nice to the killers, you gotta be nice to the survivors. Unless the killer is like humping you and like saying shit to you in endgame chat, it's not toxic to tunnel. It really isn't. And I'm not like trying to like be mad at you or be like, how dare you? It's just how this game is. The killers want to win and the survivors want to win. It is, honest to God. Like, is it annoying? Yeah. But it's definitely not toxic. Hey, that's toxic. Oh, wait, Rootsy! I didn't realize that was Rootsy. But no, again, I'm not like yelling at you or mad at you or upset with you in any way. Just letting you know that it's probably wasn't personal at all. Even if it was, we're getting like a 3.5% blood point bonus. We go next. We just go next. Remember, they have to wait 30 minutes for this game. They want to win. And if they want to win, they got to play as aggressively as they can. Oh, look! Look at all of these items. Why are there so many items? Oh, someone died right there. That's why. Okay. Oh, I killed myself. I forgot about that. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, let's find a generator to do. Yeah. No, and see, Twisted, I knew you'd understand too. I knew you'd get it. Oh, there's no gen in Shack. I think all the gens are like over there. So pretty. I think all the gens are like over there. Yeah, this one right here. Oh. I will finish your gen. Don't worry, friend. Uh-oh. I will not finish your gen! I can't run away because I'm still exhausted. Fudge. Okay. I'm back on the gen. Keep your peepers peeped. No, okay. You're gonna get hooked over there. And I'll save you. Hey. Oh! I thought I would trick him. Look right. Oh, just look over there. Look over there. Close. So close. If he just looked, like, if he just looked that way. Oh, no way. This is Megan? Megan? Yes. Yes. Tom Faulty on his alt account. Yes. Oh, and you're gonna heal me too? What's up, Shenny? Shenny, hugs. Happy weekend. Thank you, love bug. Thank you so much. Winchester. Butt shot, always. Always and forever, butts. Uh-oh. No! 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 Why did it do that? No! No! Why did it do that? Oh no, are you trapped? Are you bugged? I bugged out Winchester. I bugged Winchester. I wonder if Winchester's still bugged. No, it looks like they're back on the hook. Yes, okay. You're safe. Okay, that's what matters. Whew, I was so scared that I bugged you. And, because it was like 99% unhooked. Okay, you're good, okay. Oh. Damn. Your DM got me emotional. I love you, Moist. Run, Joey, run. Joey, run. Joey, run. Man, that's so weird how it made me self-heal instead of doing the unhook. Crazy, right? How did you get endurance? How did you do that, you heckin' wizard? Get Hatch! Oh. Are you like Babe Ruth it and we're gonna call where Hatch is spawning? Shut up. One of those days? Is it better yet? It's probably not. But I'm sending you lots of love. Oh, get Hatch, homie. Get Hatch. I believe in the heart of the cards, Megan. Oh, she only has a dull key. This hairpiece just reminds me of My Little Oni. Oh, really? Oh, no. Is it like all body or like all over body sore? Or is it like just arms, just legs? I'm so sorry. Oh. Do you think the Wraith might be standing on one of the hatches, maybe? No. No, or maybe he was and he got bored or something. Megan, what is this camera movement? I'm getting dizzy. What are you doing? Backs and knees. Oh no! Back and knees. I can read. Back and knees. Eric, I believe in you. Eric, egg! Oh, Eric. Oh, I so believe. The Wraith can be so fast, though. I believe in you. Oh, don't run, Sweet Pea. Oh, Sweet Pea. Oh. Oh, they don't know. They have no idea. Oh, Eric. Eric, egg! Oh, I believe in the heart of the cards. Yeah. Channel that key. Channel that key. Man, this hairpiece reminds me of My Little Oni. Oh my gosh. Yui needs better pants that aren't linked. Real. I don't think that's gonna work, love. That does? Who the fudge told me? Who the fudge told me that green keys don't work? Because someone lied to me. Holy perfect game, Wraith. GG's. 2 hatch escapes. That's awesome. Hell yeah. Only the broken key doesn't work? Someone told me. Alright, you guys ready for LG? I'm gonna play an ad. I'm gonna play an ad now so there's no ad in game, and then we can do our LG. What do you guys think? I'm glad that Megan got out. Hell yeah. Alright, we're gonna do ads. I know. Disgusting. Toxic streamer. Ah! Almost clicked end stream on accident. Oh, really? So it's a brown key now, eh? Oh, you're right. So, I got confused. Ignore me. Oh, I've gone. Alright, we're gonna let the ad play. So many tabs open right now. Alright. Whatever. Alright. Ads are almost done. I'll read you up. 5 pallet stunts on whom? On like just both of them combined, or was there or is it one of them? I didn't really see the nurse much until that last one. I saw the Wraith. Hi, Strawberry Mochi, Reaper Bunny. Mwah. Think with a forehead kissy. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't calling you. I was just fidgeting. I'm sorry, buddy. Who's that ready? Oh, Twisted Metal. Don't forget to ready up, Angel Face. 4 Wraith, 1 nurse. Hell yeah. Teach him a lesson. I'm joking. Strawberry Mochi. Mwah. Think with a forehead kissy. Oh, don't forget to ready up, Twisted Metal. Yes, we did. Oh, bravo, Penguin. Your heart. Perfecto. Thank you, Twisted Metal. And this is LG. I think the 5 gifted sub promo is either done or about to end. Alright, LG. Elish. I got to buy a couple ice packs. Oh, do you have to? Damn, I'm so sorry, Shani. And 20 minutes? Oh, perfect! Thank you! Bravo, Penguin. Guys, tell the mods how hot and talented and handsome they are. Down. Oh. Thanks, guys. Da 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 da. Left us all behind. And you, Kyle, and you. Oh, I gotta sneeze. I did forget to take my allergy medicine today, too. Spades. Why are you so cute? I love you. Why are you... Oh, I was like, why are you wet? And I forgot that I squirted you earlier. Oh. Because he was being a naughty boy and eating my charging cable. Is this the attention you wanted, love bug? The shirt collects hair and fuzz like nobody's business. Are you gonna lay down? Alright. Are you gonna lay down? Put your butt down. Okay, there you go. Buddy! Alright. His tail's like whipping all over my keyboard. I can't play like that, Angel Face. I was born on the cob. 20 hours a day. Is that legal, Shenny? Is that even, like, allowed? What? Are you talking about Jasper? Hey. 2 swamps and cast counter... Are we playing Magic the Gathering? Oh. It's a family reunion. Oh, it's 10? Okay. That's still a lot, but legal.
Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones,
Sprint! Sprint away!
emptiness began to grow. There's something out there far
So,
from my home.
If there is a way that I could have refunded that, I would. Because I would wish that you got yourself some silly little DoorDash instead of that. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna do this so we could do a triple, double, omega heal. Or I might die for this, but that's okay. Oh, you're gonna take a hit for me, right? Oh, no, thank you! That works too! I'm gonna do that just in case. Okay. Oh, sorry, love. Bravo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs! What the fudgin' wudgin'? Oh, sorry, Jasper. I'm gonna flashlight save you, don't worry. Watch this. I'm gonna throw this tool back to the top of her head. Thank you for giving us up to Plasma DJ, Twisted Metal, Techno Red, Overly Caffeinated Muffin, Real, and Zombie! Oh my, and I think Bravo Penguin has that same schedule too. 4 days, 10 hours a day, right? Which in my opinion is probably like an ideal work schedule, because I would so much rather have 4 12 hours. See, I prefer the 4 10 hours as opposed to the 4 12 hours. Do you get OT, Bravo? You got tunnel. Oh no! You're dead? Yeah, so that was whoa, shit nipples! Twisted Metal, that's aggressive. I'm so sorry. Dead at 6 gens left is pretty insane. I'm so sorry, Twisted Metal. That's ass. I'm so sorry. Oh, I used my toolbox already. No, come back! Oh, you're so smart. These killers are really good. They're really, really good. Wait, who was cheating? 412's and off for 3 days? Yeah. Yeah, who's cheating? She was telling me? No, Twisted Metal, I gotta say, with all due respect, I'm probably gonna put you on no more open lobbies in the future. I'm so sorry, homie. Don't get me wrong, it fucking sucks. Like, emphasis on fucking sucks to get tunneled. Especially, like, 2 gens into the game and you're out. Like, that sucks. But, no, we're just, I gotta protect my spaces, you know? And, yeah. Hey! 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 Unhook me! Hey! Hey! Hey, who's a good girl? Come get me. You waited until the killer was here to come and get me? Oh, you know, I don't even think they even saw me. She's gonna go to 2nd stage? You're gonna let me go to 2nd stage, Lara Croft? I went to 2nd stage! No way! Oh, I clicked jump off. You're fucking kidding me. I clicked the thing to jump off, and it transported me, and now my bar refilled. That's... I'm gonna die in first hook. I literally... Oh, thank you. You're so hot for that. I literally clicked to jump off, and then it transported me. Excuse me, Pixel, why can't I raid you? Because I mandate stream! Oh, I don't mean to... I'm not self-caring! Yeah, I'm ending stream. This is LG. Get shit on! So, somebody shout out Softbag. I bet he's live right now. Oh! Do I want to raid you? No, because I'm literally gonna raid out after this. So, no. Look at this streamer coming into my stream. What's Kamoso D say? Self-promoting their stream. Disgusted. Everybody go follow him. Everybody go follow Softbag and tell him how hot and tall and talented and handsome he is. I'm rating Rootsy. Good. You should rate someone who's a good streamer. You know, Rootsy's typing because she was offered Jen. No, the killer was playing totally fine. The killer was playing totally fine. Like, I know it's super frustrating, but you guys remember, we're playing to escape and they're playing to kill. It totally sucks to get tunneled out. I understand, I respect, and you'll see me get tunneled a lot of games too, especially in 2v8. I should have put on my Twitch shirt for you, and then you wouldn't have got tunneled so badly, but sometimes it just happens. But, we warned you, so that's why we're just gonna have you, you know, just chill for a little bit. I love you, Moist Slothbag. I hope you have a good night. And thanks for thinking of me for raiding. Oh, wait, I can heal myself. Yippee! I'm gonna run away. Yeah, okay. You guys gotta win? Oh, that's a lot of pressure. She's humping you? Oh, no. Oh, she knows where I am. She's right behind me, isn't she? I did get to finish my heal, so it gives me an extra something. Oh, shite. Good on her. I'm really in a bad place right now because this is a really good place for her to use her ears. Oh, nice. But hey, at least I got that extra heal off. That was nice. Well, you don't have to, but it would be... I agree! Oh, I'm dead! I forgot I got second hook on my first hook. Damn you, Lara Croft. I'd just be happy if Lara Croft dies. She let me go to second stage. Let's go It's always Spades and Winchester. How do you guys do? Someone teach me how to play this video game. I played 2v8 once. My anxiety couldn't handle the two killers. And I died so many times. I felt bad for the other players. Oh. See, this is what's nice about 2v8 Spooky Dragon. And this is why I recommend people who either have never played the game before or are yes or have like never or like don't play often or only come back like after certain like breaks, something like that. Yes, kill the Lara. Yes, I'm only mad because the Lara literally left me on hook when I was right next to her. That's only why. That's only I care. And they were weird in the pre-game chat, but 2v8 it's so over and done like so quickly. These games last like I don't know. They last really like they're really short games, right? Survivors, 99.99999% of the time have some sort of like egregious blood point bonus. Like we have 2.5% or 3.5% blood point bonus. So it's like crazy amount of blood points that you're getting. And it's so chaotic. It's so, I don't know, it's just so fun. And even if you do die early, like the game's over so quickly, you just like GG's go next, right? Also, Bravo Penguin, I am so sorry. I got distracted. Can you pick a pussy for me? Do you want a pink, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple pussy? Also, Bravo Penguin, I want to take a shot for you, but do you mind if I do it tomorrow? I start off the stream with a shot of like tequila or something tomorrow because I don't want to do a shot right now because like then you guys don't get to see the fun pixel. GG's. GG's. That was a crazy game. And you guys both escaped too. You know what? That canary, that's a W in my book. A queen pussycat. Whoa, 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 whoa. Cool. You both had keys? Shut the front door. Our last green pussy. Oh. 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 That's awesome. Hell fudging yeah. Well, thank you guys so much for playing. I'm sorry that I lied to you guys and I said that I was going to do 2 hours of open lobbies and then 2 hours of Expedition 33. We'll do Expedition 33 tomorrow. God's favorite princess. Bravo. Penguini. And I spelled your name right this time. Have a good night, Twisted! Thank you so much for playing, everybody. Oh, I like the song. Oh, this cat is really heckin' happy to see you. Holy crap. Oh, you know what? Oh, that looks really weird. Oh. I need a new marker. This one's getting weird. What do I want you to hold? Can I draw this? Okay, you're gonna have to use your imagination for this. Oh, happy May Day! Twisted, it happens. It totally happens. It happens, love. Alright. So, did you use the same hat? Shut the front door. That's so funny. Also, totally good doing shots tomorrow? Yes! Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, so use your imagination. Because you're sick. For the record, I already drew the heart eyes before I figured I was gonna make a sick kitty. She's got like a little thermometer, and she's holding like a little, like, you know how like doctors give you like a little like lollipop or whatever? So she's holding like a little sucker, and it's like in its wrapper, and like, okay, ignore the heart eyes. I drew those before I did the idea of the sick cat. And she's got like a little thermometer in her mouth. Okay, but without the heart eyes, it's cute. The heart eyes doesn't make sense. But I was gonna do heart eyes, and I was like, wait, I would do a sick kitty. So, I hope you feel better. Whatever. Alright. It's hard to come up with new kitty cat ideas. I did, oh. Well, good for you, Shani. Sick kitty, little ball of fur. Purr, purr, purr. Oh, also, reminder, tomorrow, new YouTube video going out at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's already out now for YouTube members. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I do have anonymous follows on, but I see you. And I appreciate you. Welcome. You guys are incredible. Ada Leon. That's awesome. I didn't even notice that. What's up, DJ? DJ, welcome in. You are just in time for us to raid out. No, I hope you guys have the best evening ever. We are going to find someone to raid. Unfortunately, not Slothbag, because apparently Slothbag already ended. 3 more hours? I gotta be up at 5. I'm so excited to go to Target tomorrow. Hi, guys! Like, I know, I gotta be up at 5. I'll get about like 5 hours of sleep-ish. Yeah, because I'm gonna eat something really quickly. Walk my dog. I'm gonna walk my dogs, eat something really quickly. Like a little snack. Like an Uncrustable. And then go to bed. I should be fine because I'm really, really excited to go to Target tomorrow for the Pokemon thing. So I should be fine to wake up. Thank you, mods. I just read that. Thank you guys so much for the subbies, all the resubs, the gifted subs, the titties, the bitties, the raids, the follows, the lurkies. So many follows tonight. Thank you guys so much. Walk something quickly, eat my dogs. No, don't do that! You get up at 5 a.m.? I usually go to sleep at 5 a.m. So this is gonna be interesting. No, we mean. We're gonna find someone to raid. Listen, I am a man. Reach out before I can stand. Oh, I know who we're raiding. Question, answer. You work from 3:30 to midnight? Oh, okay. That'd be a nice time set for me. Yeah, because I usually sleep in and get up. How does one get their name on the wall? Oh, name on the wall is 5 gifted subs, 5+ gifted subs, 10+ gifted subs for the bigger kitties and doggies, tier 3 subbies, Ko-Fi's, tips that are like over, what, 25, and then throne gifts. Oh, that's all right, Private. I'll be live again tomorrow. And we're going to send the raid over to someone super heckin' cool. Holy, they've been streaming for 8.5 hours. What's 8.5 more? We're going to raid Jazzles. Jazzles is doing their first partner anniversary stream. So it's their 1 year anniversary being partner. And hopefully they don't have raids disabled. Yippee! They're also playing 2v8. So we're going to send the raid over to Jazzles. Jazzles is awesome. We love her very much. Got to meet her at TwitchCon. She's so dope. Really good at the video games. So if you guys want to watch someone who's actually good at the video game, you'll enjoy Jazzles. But thank you guys so much. Also, big shout out to my mods for everything that they do in stream and off stream. Make sure you give them lots of love. Don't forget to follow my socials, my YouTube, new YouTube video tomorrow. I know I didn't do marbles again. I know. I'll do marbles again someday. I promise. But I hope you guys have the best night ever. Can I help you, boo? Alright. No. And Bravo, I hope you feel better. Yeah, tomorrow, most likely either an hour of DBD and then Expedition 33 or just Expedition 33. We'll see how I feel. Goodbye forever. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Mwah! Love you. I disconnected my monitor. Alright, it's back on. I disconnected my monitor and it's back on. Don't worry, it's fine.